Thank you, and welcome to the council meeting. Now, this morning, Jill, we're going to do the karakia to start with together, or should we all try it together because this is a new karakia? We can, or do you want me to do it on my own? I'm happy to do it on my own.
Together.
Okay, let's try and do it together. Okay. Right.
Let's just do it together. And if you're not so confident, just say it a bit quietly.
Okay.
Right.
So this karakia was presented to us at the Matariki opening on, seems a long time ago, Friday. And the author is...
That's Ben Ngaia.
Ben Ngaia, who's now living in the Waikato.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's mana whenua.
He's mana whenua. Okay, so it's a lovely and appropriate, we thought, for this period of the year. So, tuia I runga, tuia I raro, tuia te here tangata I a nukura, kia a huanga kai raro, kia a matariki a runga nui, tō mātu tina me pā ki roto, tō māta tine me pā ki waho, kia horaria te kura, e kura nui, e kura roa. He kura takatau, mea e rongo takataki. Ka rongo te po, ka rongo te ao, ka rongo I te ahi, ka roa, I tūrangi, te waka eke nei.
A whaka eke te haukai kia tina.
Te waka eke te haukai kia toka. Kia whaka eke te haukai ki urura. Whiti, whānau, tau mai te mori. Aue, huie, tāikie. Hey, well done everyone. Right. Apologies. Now, Councillor Sparrow is with us on Zoom, I believe. And Nicola is coming to be on Zoom, so they are, I think, various different parts of the South Island. Can I have that we accept the apologies for lateness? Councillor Calvert's going to second. Thank you. If you can vote in the normal way. Oh, can't we? Counting strategy.
Oh, good cues.
Hello, Malcolm.
It's a retro chic.
Nice to have you here, Malcolm. Right. Okay. Right, we done? Oh, we've got some votes still to be cast. Oh, Malcolm, are you voting aye to accept the apologies? Malcolm, can you hear us? You're on mute. Hey, if you can raise your hand. Yes, cool. Thank you. Right. I think we're there, are we? Good. Announcements by the Mayor. Look, just one very brief one, and that is to welcome Sarah Hay here. Sarah? Sarah is our new Chief Financial Officer, and we had a lovely pohiri on Tuesday. Yesterday. Today is Tuesday. Yes, yesterday. Again, it feels like a long time ago. Both to welcome Sarah and also formally to welcome Claire Richardson. So it was a lovely event, and just again, welcome. Lovely to have you here, and look forward to working together. Conflict of interest declarations. Are there any conflict of interest declarations? I see none. Confirmation of the minutes. I'm going to move the motion that Council approves the minutes of the Council meeting of the 24th of June, which have been circulated and taken as read, confirmed as an accurate record of the meeting, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Thank you. You'll all vote. Malcolm, if you just raise a hand will be good.
There's an eyebrow.
All right. Yeah, that's good. Right, excellent, thank you. Right, that's passed. Items not on the agenda. There are no items not on the agenda. That takes us to public participation. We have, resume Pauline Swan rather than the name of Athol and Pauline Swan. So Pauline, we've got you first, and then we've got Richard Burrell from Building Solutions to follow. So Pauline, you've got 5 minutes if you come to the table. Nice to have you here, and look forward to what you've got to say. Is the 5 minute timer working? Welcome, Pauline.
I think you're all being given a copy, and of great interest to me is 2011-12, and there's an article and you've all got about the library in there. That wasn't yesterday. Thank you. This is just to follow up on the Swans annual plan in June, and our changing city closed the Central Library and set up temporary services, but we consider the Central Library should be number one on the priority list. At the time the article on Scoop received the following: "Where's the will to fix the library?" May the 24th, 29 comments. City Council told its estimates for strengthening the library are ludicrous, not acceptable. Unique, irreplaceable, so when will it be reopened? May the 28th, 2020. We would refer you to the structural engineer, Alan Thornton, who challenged the estimates for strengthening the Central Library, and he acknowledged the public desire to get the Central Library reopened. And architect Roger Walker said that the demolition of the Central Library would be unthinkable. He said the building was recognised throughout the world and was part of a Category 1 listed heritage precinct. Central Library Network, page 40. We closed the Central Library to the public on the 19th of March 2019, following an engineering assessment, but we agree with Alan Thornton and Roger Walker. With the above considerable top priority, like many other Wellingtonians, we consider the convention centre as questionable, and once again refer you to an article in the Listener, February 2015, by Patrick Smelly, where he quoted an article by a Texan academic, Hayward Sanders, where he says, "How limited and elusive the return from convention centre investments have proven to be in the USA, despite a kind of arms race among cities to build more of them. And with the world in lockdown, understand from a scientist friend who told us all conferences are constantly online." And it's just this article that I think you should all read about the library 2011 and 12 and its targets. And I think you've all read this article in the Dom Post by Mr. Rashbrook. And it's just, this article, libraries fill many roles in our communities and provide a hub for community life. Libraries are places to read, listen, find information and get together, in addition to providing access to books, music, magazines and information. They provide a focal point for community events and play a heritage role by collecting information about the city's people and communities. They contribute to our goals of making Wellington more livable, more inclusive, more actively engaged, better connected, healthier and safer. The Central Library and 11 branch libraries, this is 2011 and 12, has a substantial collection of reference information and a large and frequently updated selection of books, magazines and audio-visual material. Suburban branch of libraries offer a simple range but on a smaller scale, and there's nothing I used to love better than going up to the top to check on different magazines and newspapers from around the world and country. The library provides a 24-hour day access to substantial online catalogue and to online information such as newspaper databases and digital audio books. The libraries also offer a variety of outreach programs. So we're just, in 2011 and 12, we're proposing to better align opening hours at the Central Library to demand, which will see the close at 7 p.m. instead of 8:30 during the working week, and we're saving $550,000. And we're proposing that the dedicated information desk on the ground floor be closed, saving $28,000. The remaining inquiry desks will remain open. We also propose that we move to providing a most international newspapers in digital form only, which will save 20,000. So, this is a very interesting article that's 2011 and 12 as part of the city's community facilities.
Well, then you've got about 20 seconds left.
Time. No?
You've got about 10 seconds left.
I go, do I?
No, I just said you had about 10, I was just giving you had about 10 seconds to go, so I'll give you those 20 seconds if you want to add anything more.
The 20 seconds. 90% of library users are satisfied with its services, 70% of residents are registered library users, 85% of residents are satisfied with the range. There are 2.5 million physical visits and 2 million website visits to our libraries.
Thanks, Pauline.
That's it?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, appreciate that. Yeah, no, well, that's why we have the clock going for the 5 minutes, which is what we allocate.
Pardon?
Yeah, we allocate the 5 minutes, which is why I draw your attention to the clock at the beginning. Thank you very much, Pauline. Thank you. Richard, welcome. Richard, you were here representing an organisation, so you have 10 minutes. Again, the clock will count its way down. If you want to leave time for questions, then please do.
Good morning, everyone. We commend the council officers on the work done to date. This is a good report and the ratepayers are receiving more info than normal. Going forward, we would like to see a community engagement group to peer review and comment on design. Appoint a contractor now so council officers have early contractor engagement. This is the norm in our industry at the current time. On the demolition option, may we see the carbon footprint of the demolition and rebuild? It seems to be missing from all the options, and I thought going forward on everything you're looking at, there would be a carbon footprint. The city has one of the top 5 engineers on this project and has some of the best cost consultants, so you've got a good team of consultants. The contingency should be 6%, not 25. 30 to 40 million of contingency is too much on the base isolation option. Let's go with option C, the base isolation, the base isolate. There is no need for anyone in the development community to be involved in this property. There is no tenant risk. The Wellington City Council is the best tenant in the market if you so decide to sell it. There's no risk. Libraries are a core council business, and my feeling is I think it should stay. Your borrowing cost, your chief financial officer will tell you, is, I presume, 2.5 or 2.8% at the moment. You may find somebody like ACC to buy the building. They would love to own something like this with a council covenant. They might give you 4%. So there's going to be a margin there that you guys can. But if you go to the, people like me in the development community, we're going to take a $20 million margin out of this. It doesn't matter who it is. Even if we compete, we're still going to get a $20 million because you guys are going to give a 30-year lease or something that's absolutely wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. That was straight and to the point, very clear. Councillor Pannett, and I've got a question as well. So, Councillor Pannett, you start off.
Thanks, Richard, for coming in. Look, I guess we've just had some experience of costs going up when we've, made an initial estimate of a project, and so we've just giving ourselves more room this time. So, just wondered if you had a response to that.
Well, I've been part of a group that have been very keen to see the community peer review, community engagement, and part of that group, if it was set up, and Adam Thornton has been working alongside your engineer and with your team, and Adam is probably the principal one, but from our point of view, we wanted a builder beside us, because that is really the essential thing. I think the reality is you're going to be on a P&G margin like you're doing the convention centre, like you're doing the library, so you're able to go out, get bids, pick your builder and have them involved, because there's a depth of knowledge in 4 or 3 of the builders in town that's far beyond anything I've got, and I think the consultants all want a builder beside them, and that will also speed your project up. I know you're concerned about that risk, but Adam and I and a couple of others have had a close look, and we feel there's 30 million in your option C at the moment, and I haven't been privy to see what the contingencies are, but I would feel 6 to 8%, with the work that's been done, and there's been a fair bit with Adam, being consulted, and other engineers. There's been a fair bit of work done to get to the option C.
Thanks for the idea of the community reference group. We could take that up at the next stage. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Richard, 2 questions from me. The first one of them, and first of all, thank you. The first one of them is, what do you envisage a community community engagement group might look like? And appointing a contractor now, given that the engagement that we're going out with is, we will have to pick a preferred option, but there's 4 other options which are there. So the contractor can't price or can't develop an option because that might not be the final option. So how do those 2 things work?
Well, I would say they are actively involved in all 4 options as they're going forward. They're going to want the work. 2 of the major contractors in the town I know have lost work or have holes next year, without mentioning them, and I don't know who's going to stand up to be part of it. But I think it's a complicated. It seems to be a complicated building if we look at the numbers, and they will put that effort in for you, and your team, and you've got the quantity surveyors there working alongside them, and between them, and you need a builder as part of that process. So you either go and pick a builder and put them in the community peer review team, and that's where we were coming from. But I think you're almost past that now. You're at a stage where you're actually, I would encourage you to be going forward. If there's 30 million to be taken out of your base isolation option, well, to me it's a goer. You've got to do it. You've just got to head down that track. Let's not talk about a new building. Let's get it's Athfield's best commercial building.
And what does a community engagement group look like for you?
Well, I would say 6 or 8 people picked from the community. I would rather, I've been pushing for it, but I'd rather not be there because I'm busy and semi-retired doing other things. But Adam Thornton is somebody that should be part of it. He's sort of our, grandfather of engineers now. He's well respected. It would be nice to have a builder there. So if you chose one builder, you put the other builder.
Okay, so you're talking about people with particular skills.
Well, you need an architect. You need somebody from the libraries industry, if there's such a thing, if we call it industry. I brought my 13-year-old daughter along today. She's a prodigy of this building, of this library system. At 13, she's reading 150 books a year. And I think she's reading more. But I'm not saying we need Teddy here at 13, but she was very keen to come today. But you guys will figure out who the appropriate people are. Get a group of 6. They only need to meet once every 3 weeks. It's not to actually bog the council officers down. They've actually got a handle and they know where they're going.
No, thank you, Richard. You've got the picture anyway, the kind of thing you had in mind. Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, look, you partly answered my question, which was going to be about how the value of keeping the existing building. Do you see that we can do things to that existing building to make it fit for purpose for a really modern library service?
Well, my understanding is you've got Athfield architects involved in the process. And I think one of Ian Athfield's sons is involved. So we have the continuity of the family, if we want to look at it that way. They're well respected. It's not listed as a heritage building, so you don't need to put the extra level of cost in with a heritage architect beside it. So the reality is you've got a free hand, and you've got it's sort of quite nice from my perspective. You've actually got part of the family. Whether he's the actual project architect or not, I don't know. But it's a stunning building. There's 17,000 metres of space there, and now that we've all learnt in the last 6 months that libraries are changing, and you're going to involve other things, yes, that building's going to be readapted for the next 50 years.
Thanks very much. Sorry, Richard, firstly, what organisation are you from?
Actually, I'm not. Just my business name, Building Solutions. So I'm actually here in my probably to be honest, for
right.
but they put me down for a change for being an organisation. Next time I come, I will join an organisation. Okay.
Okay, so the library going forward will be a place for the future. So my 3-year-old daughter will be a product of the new library. So I'm trying to understand what is the reservation to going with the new build.
My only reservation is, and I've actually applied to have the building listed as a Category 1 heritage building and spent the money with the heritage architect to get that process going. It is, to me, Athfield was one of our arts icons for the last 5 years of his life. This 20 New Zealanders appointed to whether you're a dancer or an artist or whatever. Athfield was of genius level in our architectural, in the architectural world. Somebody very special to me. It's Athfield's building. I don't know anybody's consulted with one of the ex-mayors, Fran Wild, who was the mayor at the time of commissioning. She is certainly very proud of this building. You look at me. Am I wrong there? Was she not the mayor? Oh, I thought it was Fran. Well, Fran, when I've been with her personally, she claims the library and the Civic Square to be her baby.
Of course she does.
Guys, to me, it's a beautiful, special building. The ferns, whatever. I know some of those bits could be, but I think, and I go back to where's that carbon footprint? I think if you add that carbon footprint figure to the bottom of this, the demolition cost, and it's something that I don't know how to calculate that, and we need to learn to calculate it. I've actually asked some of the architects and nobody comes back, but you add that to it, and that's another level. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, that takes us to general business. And first up, we have the adoption of the 2020-21 annual plan. It feels like it's kind of a long time ago in the sense of, well, this will be the latest that we've ever actually formally put the rubber stamp on an annual plan because of the unique circumstances of this year. This is a formality. We had the debate and the decision on the 30th of June, so I'm not really going to reprise much of the debate other than at the very highest level. The first thing I wanted to do is to say thank you to Barbara and her team. Particularly, I also want to thank Andy Matthews. I know he's not here, but our former CFO, who obviously he and his team did an enormous amount of work. I see the team there, Baz and team, Marty and team as well. You know, you've done an enormous amount of work, and you had to essentially almost do the job twice. We started off with an annual plan, then we had this global pandemic arrive, which of course we didn't see coming, and we had to go hold, stop, take a step back, and work through it again. We had really good public engagement with it, even during the lockdown period, and we did some innovative things in terms of the way in which we engaged with our community. Zoom meetings, webinars, they were new things which we hadn't done before, but they are tools, excuse me, potentially that we can use for the future. I wanted just to give you just briefly the overall context, and that's for the audience out there as well. This is simply the third year of our 2018-2028 long-term plan. So it is the things that get changed a little bit around the edges of that LTP. The LTP had a 7.1% increase in this year. It had a 6.8% next year, 6.2% the year after, and 7% the year following. So some pretty big numbers. And those, as I'm fond of saying, excluded, let's get Wellington moving, Civic Square and the library, excuse me, pop-up libraries, anything extra for water, which I'm going to need to drink, anything extra for water, and of course they also excluded $70 million of foregone revenue, dividends, etc. for COVID. So when you look at that baseline and you put all those things on top of it, it's a very challenging picture for council going forward and for our ratepayers going forward. So we've ended up with 5.1%. So we are in a situation with this budget which we've already started on the work for the long-term plan, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done between now and next June to approve that long-term plan. The city has got some massive challenges, but we've also got some massive opportunities. And I think that is where we need to focus. Today we're going to be talking about both one of those challenges and opportunities when we come to the library debate, and I hope we can see it in that wider context, but also we can look at it with excitement about the opportunities that there are for the library and for the revitalisation of the heart of our city, Tanaka Civic Square as well. So I'm very happy to move this. The Deputy Mayor is going to second, and I hope that we then put the rubber stamp on it. Oh, the other bit to say is that if we were to put the rubber stamp on it, the auditor would have an absolute fit, and I'm not quite sure what they would do about it. They'd probably say you've got to go and delay it again and spend another month or so before we come back and actually finish it off. So this is genuinely the rubber stamp on this one.
I don't think there's really any need to say anything, but I'll reserve my right just in case.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to... Sorry. It's not really high enough. I just really wanted to re-emphasise something you said, Your Worship, in terms of thanks to the staff, Barbara's team, but I also want to thank my fellow councillors. This was an extraordinary process. We started off with a whole range of different views and opinions, but we actually worked really well together with some really good, robust debate, and we came together with an annual plan that Wellingtonians should be proud of. So, without doubt, the highlight of my very short political career so far. Well done.
Councillor Panaday, did you have your hand up? Yeah, you did. Right, okay. Yeah, and then I've got Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. Look, I probably wouldn't see this as a rubber stamping exercise. I think there's possibly just a few comments I'd like to make. First of all, I would like to thank staff again, because this has been a horrendously stressful time, and to have had to have done this work is really outstanding. I want to also just acknowledge all the work that has been put to make progressive change over a long period of time. When I saw the point about gender diverse communities in housing, I was just saying to one of our colleagues, wouldn't have seen that 3 years ago. Actually, the language and the thinking about what our communities need has changed, and it continues to change, and that's a very positive thing, and I think we should be proud of that. And I'm really pleased that the city did support Tupu Toa, so thank you very much to the city and to those who worked on that. And just the last point is, look, thank you, Mayor Foster, for raising that point around the challenges that we've got. We do have some big challenges, and I guess that's why I did find the last debate a little bit tricky. To argue over 5.1 or 5.2 when actually the argument was over 10% or 0% or something in between, or even worse, and just about how debate in local government, it's not just this council, does tend to end up arguing over 100k instead of the many millions of dollars that we are going to have to spend. And I guess I'm very much looking forward to the long-term plan so that we can have those big picture discussions about where the investment needs to happen. And we will need to be brave, because in local government we get a lot of pressure to keep the rates down, but possibly that approach is not entirely working for us anymore. And so it will be good to have a real first principles discussion about how we fund all the things that we need to do. My 4 top priorities: water, waste, buildings and transport, infrastructure, to make sure that we are ready for an exciting new future and climate change. Kia ora.
Councillor Young. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
You look like you're in a library. Picton.
Picton Library, thanks to the Marlborough District Council.
Yes.
And it's really a philosophical issue, because I am deeply concerned about the financial winter that we are going into and the effect that it's going to have on people in our city. So I'm thinking of businesses closing. We already know people have had pay cuts. Some people are losing their jobs. just need to walk, as I do, from home in Mount Victoria to Langton. Every day past, I go past a number of rolled-up shops, and there are restaurants that are closing. And we have yet to see the full effect of COVID. So I think that the other thing, of course, is the wage subsidy is coming to an end shortly, and they expect unemployment to rise, and there'll be real economic hardship. So to me, the first observation is that if your income drops, then you have to cut your spending, and that is a principle that most households have, certainly solvent households, and I think it is absolutely wrong that we are borrowing for operational expenditure. So I have abnormally low anxiety levels, by the way. It's one of the many peculiarities of my type. But I have been really stressed out by the thought of the effect of these rates increases on people in our city. And I think it was irresponsible and actually really morally wrong to approve a rates increase which includes so much borrowed money when we have not made a big enough effort to trim our expenses and our costs. I think we need a really big dose of reality because I can never remember how you say his name, Shabil in Eclip, whatever, reckons we'll have double-digit unemployment. Now, we might be slightly spared that in Wellington because we are a public service city, but I think we have to recognise that rates are a really big burden for people, especially those on low incomes, especially those on fixed incomes, especially those who are retired, or those who are just struggling. Because even those who don't own a house and are paying rent, they will still feel the effects of the equation coming in eventually. I mean, I've been through some very difficult financial times in my life. I have never borrowed money for the groceries or to go on holiday, and that is effectively what we are doing. So I have a real problem with this. Um, so I also know that we have a very big bill coming for the Central Library, and let's get Wellington moving, or that probably needs to get done sooner than anything else. But we are postponing the day of reckoning. We know already next year the rates increases between 12 and 15%. And I just think we have to think about Wellingtonians. So I cannot support the annual plan and the rates increase of an average of 5.1, which of course will have a different amount for different people. We need to focus on our core roles on those rare times, and I agree with Councillor Pannett. It's infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure.
Councillor, I'm going to give you one more minute.
So I would just like to remind you, I was here yesterday because we are moving. I'd like to remind you of the Macorba principle: annual income £50, annual expenditure to £19 equals happiness. Annual income £20, annual expenditure £21, misery. That's it from me from Picton.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Fitzsimons, then Councillor Condy.
Yeah, I just wanted to join with others and say that this council is never a rubber stamp. We are entitled to debate things and we're making a decision today. But I won't be voting against this, and I think to do so is very unfair to the officers who have put a huge amount of work into this, and it was passed at the SPC, and our officers need some certainty about the decisions that we make around this table in order for the accounts to be prepared and for work to be done. I would have preferred that we borrowed more and reduced the rates. That was my preference, but I knew that I wasn't going to get the numbers for that. But also the public came to us and said they reluctantly supported a 5.1% increase. So I feel like the public understood the challenges facing our city, and I heard them, and it did help change my mind about it. And I think it's very dangerous to think that you can come here at the last minute and change your position like that about a decision as important as this, because as much as it's not a rubber stamp, if you're going to do that, I think we owe it to officers and our auditors to go through with them and make sure that the work is done in order to affect that decision if it were to be made. I also just want to draw attention to one of the recommendations, recommendation number 12, which provides that the rates postponement policy can be changed. And I think that allows us to be flexible in response to the coming recession. We know that business in the city and ratepayers are going to be facing a recession, a very difficult time, and that gives us the flexibility to be responsive to what is happening to them and change our position on the rates postponement postponement. And I think that's a very fair and equitable and responsible way to approach this decision. So as much as it would be popular to say I'm going to vote for a lesser rates increase, we've heard from the people that they also accept reluctantly that it has to be that high, and I've never indicated otherwise beforehand, so I don't intend, having not done any work with officers, to change my position now.
Thanks, Councillor Fitzsimons. Councillor Condi.
Kia ora, thank you everyone. I just wanted to respond to the concern that Councillor Young raised about us not cutting our cloth to fit our income, and I just wanted to emphasise the fact that we have cut our cloth in response to COVID-19. I don't want people to think that we haven't made any savings in this budget. We have made significant savings that are going to put this organisation and the management under strain to deliver, and which they have committed to delivering because they really wanted us to be able to offer the lowest rates increase we could to our public. And that's, we're looking at $7.4 million worth of organisational savings that our management team have committed to. And I think we need to acknowledge that there have been savings found, and that we are trying to work that. And because of that, I think that this is prudent. I think this is a time when a sudden shock has happened, and it's prudent for us to borrow for the lost revenue. There would be significant costs to us cutting services and then ramping them back up again once our revenues have bounced back. This is not, our revenues are going to bounce back. We're very fortunate in New Zealand to be in a situation where COVID-19 is relatively under control, and we are returning much more quickly than we ever imagined to a new normal. So our revenues are going to bounce back, and it would be quite irresponsible. The costs of cutting and then restarting services would be significant. So I will be voting for this today.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Thank you. Look, I have a lot of sympathy, empathy for Councillor Young, and I know some of the other comments. I was comfortable with a 4.95% rates increase, but it's more about what we're actually spending our money on. Now, I think we all agree, infrastructure, the library, those are our key priorities. But we were. Look, Councillor Simons, we were debating whether we should go ahead with the appearance bylaw. Things like that were taking our time up. We were missing the big stuff. We were focusing on little things. We added in, we talked about 5.1 or 5.2, they're all little things. And we missed the big things, but we didn't want to have those conversations. And it's about what we're spending our money and how we're spending, the money, the rates money. And yes, we're asking officers to get they found savings of $7 million, and there's a lot of money. But actually, we spend over $500 million a year on operational expenditure. So that's only roughly about 1.5% of our operating budget. And I'm sure some of those $7 million came from CapEx anyway. There's two big lines on our operational budget. Let's get Welly moving. And planning for growth. Now, those budgets are still going ahead based on the assumptions pre-COVID. And I would really like us to see in the annual plan that we actually go and revisit some of those assumptions that we haven't changed by any means those programs, or I'm not seeing it. And, I know Councillor Steins mentioned about the rates policy. Yes, we can change that, and that's really good. But we've left no fuel in the tank. I mean, even the government was making an announcement they're not going to spend all the money they put aside. They want to see what happens. And we're by no means through COVID. Once that wage subsidy finishes in September, once the central government elections are over and done with no one's promising more spend of money. And I'm not talking about being austere in any way. I'm just talking about making sure that we are spending our money as wisely as possible. And if we think it's tough now, it's going to get a hell of a lot tougher over the next 12 months because the projected rate rise then. So, and we're all wanting to put our own, sort of little pet projects in. So look, I'm still not sure whether I am going to vote for the budget because I don't think that we were able to have a really solid debate and knowing that we had the numbers, because there were, you know, as we know, there are sort of voting blocks on this council. So look, so look, oh no, I won't go into that actually. But look, it is a difficult, but we were told that we weren't allowed to cut service levels, but we saw Auckland Council do it. You know, we couldn't cut service levels without going through a special consultation process or being part of the long-term plan. But Auckland Council seem to have done it. So we really need to, I think, take a careful look going forward at our projects, because I think this year is going to be, we think this was tough, and we are not going to achieve those revenue targets that we said, and Councillor Condi, I'll bet you a cup of coffee on that. So, but yeah, we're not going to achieve it, because, you know, I believe things are going to get tough, and it's really important for our council to be able to work properly through that, and in particular for our business community. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Day.
Look, I think it's a real luxury to not vote for something that you've worked on collegially as a team. That's not something I'm going to be choosing to do. I certainly will be voting for this budget. And that's not to say it's been easy. I do commend the staff, and I actually commend all of you for having to think carefully about what we're spending our money on, having to make some tough calls, and having to think about what we actually can stomach in the way of a rates rise versus borrowing and mortgaging our future. Look, one thing lockdown showed me is that what council does really matters. When you're out there in your suburb, in your home, you are at the mercy of what council has provided for you. And luckily, Wellington City Council, and this just isn't us, it's been a legacy left for generations, has actually provided a really decent city with parks, good streets, you know, lots of resources for people to enjoy. And I want to actually be the council that keeps that going, so that people can have safe drinking water, can know they flush their toilet and it will go somewhere where it should. And that actually brings me to the next point, which is those are the things that we need to focus on. It's what council, there's some things that only council can do, and they really matter. And I agree with my colleagues who said it is about water infrastructure, it is about streets and transport choices, it is about resilient buildings, especially our public ones, and providing those services, and it is about our people and businesses and what we do to support them and make sure they've got a decent life. And I think we've cut the rates at about the right level. And the time to have those hard conversations about bigger, more strategic changes to service levels is actually coming up for the LTP. It's not this time. This was a time when people needed some confidence in council and some stability. And in that, I actually challenge us all to hold a very steady ship in this uncertain time, and not to cut the corners more than they need to be, but to be looking forwards to the future for where the things are, where we can make some changes, perhaps bring some efficiencies to our work, but also to really focus on what people will need going forwards with climate change, with even better infrastructure, and things that will really help us build a city fit for the future. So I am certainly hoping that everyone will vote for this. I think it's an appalling message not to.
Okay, right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Day.
Kia ora koutou. I wasn't intending on speaking, but some of the comments have got me a bit racked up. I just want to say that both Councillor Young and Councillor Calvert, you're sort of expressing that you can see the cost of everything and the value of nothing. Our residents now, more than ever, actually need us to continue to provide the services that we've provided for a very long time. And actually our employees need to know that their jobs are safe, because that sends a very strong message to our city. I think we'll find that Auckland City will be paying the price for the decisions that they have to make for a very long time ahead, and I feel really proud to be in a city where we are standing strong and saying that we know that our city will come through. And I also want to comment that I feel that the Deputy Mayor allowed us all the time we needed in debate, at the annual plan debate. And if you wanted to raise the big stuff, there was time to do that. So I actually think you need to look really carefully at the process that you've taken, if that's the way you feel. As I say, residents now need us to stay steady, and they have given us clear feedback, and we have listened, and we are responding accordingly. So I definitely will be supporting this annual plan.
Thank you, colleagues. So just there's a few things to pick up there. Perhaps I shouldn't have used the word rubber stamp, but on the other hand, I was kind of hoping that that might be a signal for us to save ourselves an hour or so of debate. And certainly what I was saying is it was not an opportunity to relitigate. That was what I really meant. And I guess that a few of you, and I think Councillor Day, your comment at the end there is exactly opposite to that, because when we actually, while we had some debates about some, and they were relatively around the edges issues with respect to when we had the long-term and annual plan committee on the 30th, ultimately it was a 15-0 decision. Ultimately, it was a 15-0 decision. And this really should be the formalising effectively of that decision, no more, no less. So we all had the opportunities, and look, Councillor Calvert, I sympathise. I mean, there probably were areas I would have liked to go to say, look, we could trim some costs here, but there's a recognition sometimes that you're not necessarily going to get those through, so why try? But I think the time, and I think Councillor Deputy Mayor Free, you did say that the LTP is going to be the time we are going to have to make some judgment calls around some of those things. But I think we shouldn't forget that in fact there was a lot of work that was done. So not only, as Councillor Condi said, not only is the nearly $8 million in savings which has been taken, and that will stretch some parts of the organisation, and it will sometimes stretch what we as a council are able to get from our organisation, because the management will say to you, actually we don't have the resource to do that because we cut it so that we didn't have to do anything, more drastic in terms of the rates and services. We didn't say to them, go and cut a whole lot of services. Now, we could have done that. That would have been a different discussion, and each of you would have to think about whether you would have supported that or wouldn't have supported that. And I guess the reality is it would have depended on which services it was that were being talked about. But we didn't go there, and now, today is the time to respect the decision that we've already made. In terms of some of the other things that were said, not only, Councillor Condi, not only are there significant savings in there, but there are organisations also taking on significant risk. So we look at the way in which we're dealing with insurance. We are taking on significant risk that wasn't necessarily being taken on before. We're also budgeting on the basis that we're not expecting to spend our whole CapEx budget in this year, because we never do. But a number's been put against that, and therefore the savings in terms of interest. So it is going to stretch the organisation to do some of those things, and we shouldn't think that was taken lightly. A lot of work was done by Barbara and her team to get there. That said, I mean, the comments that Councillor Young has made, Councillor Calvert has made, that there are some tough times ahead. I think, when you go and talk to businesses, and I'm sure all of us do, or at least I hope all of us do, that many of them are really fearful about what will happen when the wage subsidies come off. And we've got to look not only, I mean, the rates is one thing, but there are other things that we can do. I know, for example, we've obviously seen that there's been some reaction to some of the issues around the treatment of the Golden Mile. That will flow through. We've got to think creatively about how we respond to those things so that we don't have a situation where we're happily able to move buses, move people, and move bikes through the Golden Mile, but it's got a whole lot of vacant spaces in it. That's not going to be a great outcome. So we've got to make sure we get those balances there as well. What else did anyone say that needs to be responded to? I don't think there's terribly much in there. Other than Councillor Fitzsimons, who did mention the issue around rates deferral, so we have provided for that. And in fact, this budget, and in fact the way in which we responded with the pandemic response and recovery plan was all about how we reduce the impact on those who were hit hardest by COVID, whether it was businesses who were losing the ability to trade, whether it was employees who were potentially at risk in terms of their job, or they had their hours cut back. We allowed for the deferral of rates there, and we've allowed for that again in this budget. So we are trying to reduce our impost on the community so we can work together with our community to get ourselves through this and come out better and stronger on the other side of it. So thanks again, everybody, for your collective input into this, the responsibility you've shown in dealing with it, to management again, and to the community for their input in helping us come to the decisions we have. Councillors, opportunity to vote.
So, Andy, we need to say something separately.
Oh, well, I didn't hear that before. Okay, well, yeah, I think it was a little late there. What's that?
Sorry,
I have put the vote, but you are at a disadvantage there. What did you want to take separately?
Well, obviously, I'm happy to receive the information, that kind of thing. It's when we get down to 8, 9, 10.
I think when you're starting getting into the substance, I think you'd be better off to vote against the whole thing.
Well, I can't vote against receiving that would be ridiculous.
I'm going to no, Nicola. I think I will take the whole, because 8, 9 and 10 are the guts of it. If you're not approving, because that is the adoption of the annual plan, agreeing the budget. If
I can't say I'm not going to receive the information.
yeah.
I have received the information.
Well,
and that's
yeah,
why
yeah.
I'm not going to vote for it.
I think Nicola, sorry, I did see that in the middle of the vote. I'm going to see it through. So I'd suggest to you, if you don't want to support that, we acknowledge the bit about receiving the information, but I think if you could vote against the whole thing, if that's what you want to do, then okay, right. So those in favour on the screen there, Nicola, I'm presuming that means you're voting against.
Correct.
Right. Okay, Malcolm. Have we got a vote from Malcolm somewhere?
I have voted yes.
Okay, thanks, Malcolm. Good one. Can't see you, but we can hear you now. Okay, so that is closed vote. It's passed 14-1. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion for the next paper.
The rates paper?
No, sorry. Down again, and I'll do it.
I
could do it
completely
now.
nonplussed by that one. But you might want to. Right. Yes, we'll do that. Yep. Okay. Okay, thanks. Now, this paper essentially flows from the previous paper, and we would always have done this around this time, and that is the setting of the rates, which flows from the annual plan. So I'm going to move this. Now, this one, because you haven't seen it before, if there are any questions of officers, we will take those. And so, Councillor Condi, I'm moving it. I want a seconder, please. The rates, thank you, Councillor Calvert. Right. Okay, so we've got it on the table. Councillor Condi, questions of officers. Yes, should, yeah. Let's keep it good.
Right. Thanks, officers, for the work on this. Obviously, I've read it, but I don't know if a rate of 0.183612 cents per dollar of capital value is what it should be. I have no way of knowing whether this paper is accurate. So I guess my question for you is, what processes are in place to ensure the accuracy of this document, so that we can be reassured as councillors, given that we can't really make our own judgment on this?
Councillor, all of the rates numbers are set through a modelling process, which is peer reviewed, and it all reconciles back. It also reconciles back to the changes from last year. It is all set by the budgets, so the budgets are taken first, any other revenue is taken off, and the rates are set from the revenue and financing policy funding mechanisms that flow through to the different types of rates, and it's all reconciled. So.
Proofreading?
Proofread? Yes, it's all been proofread and double checked about 4 times.
Thank you, Marty. I realise this is an incredible amount of work, thanks to Andy Matthews as well. Can you just confirm for me that the overall rates rise is 5.1%, and I know it is in the paper, but just confirm for me what the commercial share of that is, and the residential share, and also the differential that's currently set between the commercial and residential properties.
Sure, yep, that's on page 84 on the previous report. So the average rates after growth in the ratepayer base is at 5.1%. The commercial sector average rates is at 3.5%, and the base sector, which includes all residential, is at 6.2% average. The differential remains the same as last year at 3.25%.
Is there any debate? I see none. Okay, I don't have to reply to anything then. So we'll vote. And
Sorry, just for the sake of ease, do you want me to do the same as I did last time, just to vote against the whole thing?
if you want to, yes, that'd be helpful, if that's what you're going to do. Yep, okay. And Malcolm, which way are you going to vote? Malcolm?
I have voted.
Oh, okay, right. Are you, how's he voting? You're getting that? So you're getting where Malcolm votes? Yeah. Okay, cool, we got everybody? Oh, good. Right. Councillor Thune? Yep. Sorry, I thought I had too, so, yeah. Right. Okay. Okay, that's 14-1 again. Okay, now we're going to take a short break, but I think we'll deal with the, you want to move an issue around standing orders. So
I thought everyone might be going, what's she going to do?
Deal with that. I know exactly what you're going to do.
Yeah, so I did give people a heads up that I was going to do this. I would like to move a procedural motion that we suspend some standing orders because this would normally be debated at SPC, and also given that we have councillors on the Zoom call, it makes it a bit more complicated. So I'm suggesting we suspend standing orders 20.7, 20.6 and 21.12. 20.7 is that we can speak more than once, because it does get quite complicated because we've got amendments coming that are basically saying the opposite sorts of things. We're looking at options. That makes it more complicated. Time limits on speakers, it does get very hard for the chair to manage that, particularly given the complicated nature of the debate. And then 21.12 is around lost amendments, but I imagine you'll bring those up. And I need 75% support to be able to do that. But I know that there's amendments coming from everywhere, so I'm imagining that my colleagues will see the value in doing this.
Because you spoke as well as moved that, I just want to check whether that allows anybody else to speak or ask any questions. So I'd like some advice from...
You need to manage that at the beginning of the process.
I'd like so the advice I'd like is because Councillor Day wrapped around some discussion around the moving of the procedural motion, whether that actually allows anybody else to participate. Yep. Yep. Right. Right. So you're okay. So we just got to put it. Yeah. Okay. Right. And people can't ask any questions. No. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Look. So councillors, the advice that I've got is that because you simply put the rationale for what you said and what didn't wrap around what was regarded as debate, that's fine. It doesn't allow for questions. So, Councillor Calvert, I hope you can manage to answer your own question in your own mind. So, councillors, it's reasonably clear. So, suspending of those 3 standing orders. Do you want to take them all as one? Yeah, people seem to want to take them all as one. Okay, so up to you which way you want to go.
Are you voting to suspend standing orders, Nicola?
Yeah, you're on mute.
I do not want to suspend standing orders.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Right. Okay. So standing orders are not suspended. Councillors, I've had a request and supported by management to have a quick break around once we got to the stage, just to sort through. I know there are a couple of amendments which people wanted just to make sure that they're tidy, and so what we'll do is, well, I think it's morning tea anyway. So let's have morning tea, and we'll come back at, shall we say, give you a decent length of time, 10 to? 10 to? Yep. Thank you. We're back now on live online. So look, I'm pleased to introduce this paper, and can I start off by thanking, as we often do, but it's really heartfelt this time. Well, it's always heartfelt. Always heartfelt. That's a good start. It's always It's extra heartfelt. Sorry, Barbara. It's extra heartfelt this time. The hard work that officers have put into this, particularly want to acknowledge Karen for all your hard work in this as well, because this has been done at speed, and it is quite complex. I think some people want to make this really easy. There is a just get this thing open. It's not that simple. And I'll come back to that in a moment. But I just want to say thank you, Barbara, Karen, the whole team, for all the hard work, Peter. You put a massive amount of work to getting us to the point we are at the moment. And, of course, there's a massive amount more work still to come. I want to address a few things up front, which I think are probably exciting some people in the public, but I think are misconstrued. The first of those is that, we're just this is internal, taking a long time. But the reality is this is complex. If you look at some of the numbers which are involved, they are massive. At the top end, up to $200 million. That's a huge sum. In fact, that will make it the biggest single investment that Council has ever made in nominal terms. It's actually more than the entire Civic Square cost to do 30 years ago. If it had been done stronger, we might not be in this position, but that's, people did things with the engineering advice that they had at the time. So we are moving with the speed that we possibly can. Can we avoid going through this process? Because everybody knows what the public wants, don't they? Well, yes, in some of our echo chambers we may know that, because people sometimes tend to speak to the people who agree with them, or at least they speak at them and they assume that they agree with them. That's always dangerous. The reality is that even in the first, the little while the conversation's been going, we know that Wellingtonians have a wide range of views. This process is about allowing people to express those views to us, and in fact that is what the requirement is. The other one I wanted to pick up is that there are some people who have managed to, out of a recommendation which was in the original paper, and I'm moving it with that, with officer support, with that being amended, there was the EI. Now, the EI with the private sector was seen as a precursor to privatisation. Now, we're going to sell the building, whether it's the existing building or a new building, and we're going to lease it back, and people are going, no, don't like that. And I think you heard from Richard Burrell that the reality is, and this is my view too, we can borrow cheaper than the private sector can. We are not going to put a profit margin on it, and I think the chances that is something that will fly are remote. It doesn't make sense. Totally different if we are potentially needing private sector involvement in the redevelopment of Civic Square, which I think we will need, because we are not then the occupant of a building necessarily. Here we are the occupant of a building with the library service. So we are not going down that track as far as I can see, and I don't think there is any appetite within the council to do that. Our central library is hugely missed. We know that. It was closed, as we know, in March of last year. Did we have any choice around that? The reality is not really. Once we got the engineering advice, once we'd seen what had happened to the likes of the statistics building, where floors collapsed in the Kaikoura earthquake, and let's remember that was a massive earthquake, but it was still 200 kilometres away. Once we were in that position, once we knew what had happened to our civic administration building, and there is no conspiracy around that either, what we've been told is that simply the direction that the earth moved, that meant that it was the civic administration building that was damaged, not the library. If it had been an earthquake moving in a slightly different direction, the library might have been the insurance case rather than the civic administration building. It is what it is, but the reality is that we know that there is a risk in that building, and we could not, and the last council determined that it could not, and the management determined they could not allow 3,000 people a day to occupy a building which, in the event of a major seismic event in Wellington, could have been catastrophic in terms of loss of life. We couldn't go there. We had to do something about it. Now, I think we could have moved a little quicker before to get to the bringing together all the engineering parties. But what happened is that there was an engineering workshops from September. We got the engineering advice in February. The QS got to work on that to give us some numbers around that engineering advice. And then we were briefed as a council in mid-March. The intent was to have a paper in front of us in the last week of March or the first week of April. Now, we all know that something happened which had a global impact at exactly that time. So that's why we're here a bit later than we would have been before. When officers brought to us a paper in the end of June, we said, look, we want to go faster. So this was going to be a paper which we were going to be presented with, essentially a decision which we were going to be presented with as part of the LTP. We're doing it 8 months ahead of that. So we will be making a decision on which is our preferred option in October, not in June of next year. What we will still have to make a decision around in June next year is to allocate the money, and we'll have to do that in the context of everything else that we need to do. But we will at least know that we're going into that with here as our preferred option. At this stage, we've got an officer recommendation in terms of the preferred option. I'm aware that different councillors have different views as to what their preferred option will be. For me, every single one of those options has pluses and minuses. What are the outcomes we want to achieve? Well, we want to get it open quickly, whatever it is. We want it to be as resilient as possible, and we want it to be as cost effective as possible. And the reality is that there is no option of those 5 options which ticks all those boxes. Every one of them will miss out on one of those boxes. So that's the trade-off that we've got to make ultimately, and it's the trade-off also that our community is going to need to make. And then there's other things around people's love or otherwise for the building itself. The relationship with Tanaka Civic Square. Every one of those options also includes, of course, the modernisation and refresh of the library. Well, I think anybody that's been to have a look at Waitohi Johnsonville's new library, anybody who's been to have a look at Turanga, the library in Christchurch, will know that we want to use the parlance that we've been using to build that better. We want a better library, a more modern library, more exciting library, more engaging library than we had in the past. That's not to say there was anything wrong with what was the past, but we can build back better. So every one of those options has their advantages and disadvantages, and I'm going to be interested in the debate that we have. But I just wanted to touch base on the process. So this is a process that is set out in law. The decision is clearly significant. When you talk about the numbers that are there, they are definitely significant. The library service is significant. The library building is significant. The location in Civic Square is significant. This is significant. We have to go through the special process. That's the clear advice that we've had. So that is why we have in front of us a statement of proposal. So what's required of us? First of all, we must consider all practicable options. And as I said, different members of our community will have different views as to what the options are that they prefer. We've got to put all practicable options in there, in front of them. There are some options which have been dismissed as not being practicable, but the public can still comment on those options as well and give us feedback on those. We've got to provide adequate information to the public. That is what the statement of proposal is about. It's why there's a lot of information on our website. For example, people said, what did the engineers say? All that material is on the website. I would say to most people who aren't engineers, good luck trying to interpret it. I mean, I look at it and go, goodness me, what does that mean? But that information is there. It is our obligation to provide the information. It's also our obligation to give people the time to respond to that information. And it's actually our obligation, and that's what the law says. This is the Local Government Act, which we are bound to uphold. The law says that we are to encourage public feedback on that. So that is what we aim to do. And we are also required to do all these things with an open mind. There is no point in us, in fact, it will be in breach of the requirements of the law, for us to go out saying, I know which the right option is, it's option Z, or option X, or option Y, or whichever one it might be. We can't do that because we've got to go out there using 2 ears, a bit more than we use 1 mouth. We can say what we like, we can say which ones we like, we can say the reasons we like, but we must be open to public feedback. That is our obligation. And so often we get told by our community that we don't listen. So my encouragement in this, whatever our discussion is, don't bind yourself too closely to one option, but make sure that you're in a position where the public can see that you are listening. And that's what all the advice that we have had has been right the way through this process. I think that's probably all that I wanted to say. As I said, every option for me has got its pros and cons. I'm going to listen very carefully to what you all have to say. I know there's 2 amendments around different options than the option which is in front of us for the officer recommendation, which is option C. That's the highly resilient building, the highly resilient existing building. And I'm going to be really interested in what you've got to say. But please just keep yourself safe so that you can continue to participate in the process. Keep the process safe, because when there is so much money at stake, there's a danger that we don't want to trip up ourselves on process. So, councillors, I look forward to the debate, and I will stick my hand up for one or another, but I'm very open-minded as to which it is that we ultimately decide, because the decision we make in October, that is the important one in terms of the option, not the decision we make now. Seconded. An explanation of that. That was just, sorry, I should have done that in speaking. If you want an explanation of that, that was, you got on to 9? There we go. Yeah, I think, can we print the copy out? Yeah. But the intent of 9 was to make sure that we got the expertise of the construction, etc. community, the kind of thing that Richard Burrell was talking about, but it takes it away from the EOI, which had people afraid that we were going down some sort of privatisation agenda. Right. Can we get that printed off and we'll get it to people? Okay. Yes, you can. Yes.
Sorry, I'm just curious about the building construction reference. There's quite a lot of, as Richard rightly indicated, quite a lot of professionals that would have relevant expertise. So can we broaden that?
I think this was done in negotiation with management. So, Barbara, would you like to provide some advice around why we say that? Because it does allow for wider, but it tries to avoid going.
So, thank you, Mayor. So, I understand what Councillor Pennant is asking, that a broad range of professionals, and broadly speaking, in the building construction industry can respond, and I believe that's the intention of the Mayor's amendment here. But the general process of consultation will enable all of those other people you mentioned to participate in this. This is particularly about the building and the professional input into the building. Understood?
Yeah, I've just got a question as well. Why you didn't include the building staying as a council building, given that that was part of the discussion yesterday, just why that had gone away and why instead we have to rely on your comment, why you're not happy to include it in the motion.
It's on? Oh, sorry. We removed this. There was a suggestion that they actually specifically say excluding the sale of the building, and our advice to the Mayor was that we do have, and some of the options do have a future resolution of the existing building is required. So, for example, in option E, if you were to build a new building, you still need to resolve the situation of the existing building. We wanted to make sure that this process remained open and listening to what people might say, what options they might deliver, and not close out options or be perceived as closing out part of options A, B, C or D or E in the way in which it was worded. So that's the advice we provided the Mayor.
Also add, I mean, it was sort of done by omission rather than by, because originally I put in wording to say, sorry, I stand. Originally I put in wording to say, excluding any possibility of sale, etc. And so we had advice from Karen and from management about that. And so it's done by omission. So it's about getting their expertise into the room to help us. I mean, the idea there is you've got a lot of skill and expertise in our community, and it's to try and get that, to harness that so that we get as best possible result. If we can save, Richard Burrell's $30 million, I'm really interested in hearing that and still deliver the same outcome.
I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this, and I think because it's been done, quickly, I think would it be better to get officers just to go away and think about how this could work rather than doing it on the fly? I can't vote for this, and also I'm uncomfortable with sort of saying, oh, we'll just go out to people who it's the profession and to earn money, and we'll just go and get your ideas for free. And we're going into a very nasty recession. Well, so would you take that into consideration? Because I'm not comfortable with this. This has got to be a clear process, and I'm very unclear about. So you're just going to call a group of people together to ask their ideas. I think we should just go get the officers just to go and do a little bit more thinking. Because remember, this will not be part of the consultation. Okay, this is just a future idea for the next stage.
we have received advice, only very informal, about the idea of making contributions to participants in this type of process. So that is something that we're going to explore. We don't actually have a large amount of time to get this done, so we're not quite clear, and so we're planning on doing some work later this week and early next week on exactly how this will look. The indication from this community is that if you ask them to do an extensive amount of work, then they're not likely to do that. And I think in the time available, we're unlikely to ask them to do an extensive amount of work. So we will get some professional advice around how we design this process, which is really just to try and gather any more ideas or information that might improve the information available to you in October when you make your final decision.
I was just wondering if we could get some discussion about from officers about the expression of interest process, because I guess my impression is that the expression of interest process is something that means something to those in the industry, that maybe I don't understand the specific meaning of that, and so it would be good if we could, if that's the case, if we could get that unpacked, because my impression is that the expression of interest process is something that will be familiar to the developer community and they will have clear expectations about what that entails.
More complicated than it needs to be, but it's really giving officers some power to do some things which they ask for. Who's going to respond?
So an expression of interest process is well understood in terms of providing a high level indication of people's interest in participating in a process versus a tender process where you would have a highly developed, thought through document that they're actually bidding on, presenting some type of contractual response to. So the idea was that we would put an expression of interest document out which would say, here's the sorts of outcomes that we're trying to achieve for option A, B, C, D, E. The council's interested in your ideas, your expertise. Obviously, there have been suggestions made today about the potential to save $30 million, save some costs. If you've got some suggestions or ideas or input into that, then we're just wanting to hear. So we haven't exactly worked out how to design that, but it was going to be high level because we've only got about 9 weeks to get it done.
Yeah, cool. Councillor Young.
It's just that when you have all the amendments together, could you email them in particular for Carmen Sparrow and me who are in the South Island?
Could you do that? Thank you. Yes, it's being done. Yep. Thank you. Right. Okay, and I think we've now got the wording being circulated. Sorry. Oh, question? Yeah, Councillor Neal. Yeah.
2 questions.
Do the standing bit too.
Is this added wording not already covered under the special consultative procedures outlined? Like, isn't that kind of implied already under the Local Government Act? Why do we need extra specific wording for this community and not others?
Karen?
This is different to consultation in that we're actually engaging in a level of detail, and we wanted to do that with your understanding and awareness. And it's important that we're open about this because we're at the same time consulting with the general public on these options, so we wanted to be clear that in doing this we're doing all options and being clear with the public that we were doing that as well. So we didn't want to bury it into the normal consultation process. It wasn't transparent.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay, so Deputy Mayor, you've reserved your right to speak. So I think we're going to start going on to amendments. So let's get stuck into those straight away, shall we? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yep. Yeah. What I will do is, if people go beyond the 3 minutes, I'll give you the extra minute. Right. Right. We should have it on this one, shouldn't we? It's working right anyway. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Yep. There we go. Right. So that's 5, 6, and 9. Could we put them in red so that they're clearly an amendment? So quick, nice, clear. Okay. Right, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Excellent.
Thank you. Is there a time?
Just 10
Won't be brief. I just want to join with the Mayor in thanking officers for preparing such a comprehensive and clear document so quickly. We asked for speed and we got it. Look, it's really clear Wellingtonians are really missing the Central Library. It's got a special place in the heart of residents. I don't want to support the proposal of a $200 million remediation of this building. I think that the city is facing many challenges and opportunities. We've got the biggest upgrade to transport infrastructure in 40 years coming. We've got ageing pipes and core infrastructure which is under pressure. And we've also got the commercial sector dealing with a recession. To me, now is not the time to suggest a $200 million project. It feels out of touch with the reality that our city is facing. Officers obviously only present those options which are practicable, and I'm suggesting that the preferred option that we go out for consultation is option A. That is the cheapest and quickest of all the practicable options that officers have put forward. Option A ensures at least life safety and has an opening date of November 2023, and even that is some 4.5 years since the building was first closed. The advice I've had from officers about this option is that strengthening is a continuum. So ideally we'd get better than what the option says, but what I'm doing by proposing option A is trying to send a message to the city that we appreciate that $200 million is quite unrealistic at this time. The second part of my amendment attempts to remove the reference to the developer community, which was in the original motion, but it's now changes the Mayor's new amended version, which basically provides that all residents are treated equally in this process and that there's not a separate expression of interest for one particular group. And I'm mindful that for all the Mayor's assurances here today, the paper still suggests the possibility of selling the Central Library building, and his motion does nothing to remove that possibility. I want it on the record that we are committed to all groups and all residents being treated equally in this process, not a special secret process for developers or any other interested group. If other groups want to share their expertise and interest, and I know I've been approached by many of them, they're welcome to. They're welcome to participate in the same way that ordinary residents do and come to the hearing. I'm concerned that there are still suggestions of a public-private partnership and that this will be upheld despite the Mayor's assurances today, and I want a proper, transparent tender process. There was no mandate from this table for the inclusion of privatising the building or having a separate process behind the scenes for developers, and I can't support it. I also just want to refer to the email that was sent about trying to warn me from speaking my mind. It, I think, is a very legally unwise move, and I want to table a document today, which is a rushed legal letter, but basically it points out that it is actually quite damaging to suggest that it's anything but appropriate to have a different view among councillors than council management, and to suggest that some kind of disjointed approach is damaging is actually inconsistent with the governance principles in the Local Government Act that we operate under.
Councillor, the immediate advice I've had without having seen it is that we're not going to allow that to be tabled.
I refer you to Standing Order 16.
That's the advice. Well, we will take.
My opinion. I've got it.
We will take an adjournment.
Any member may table it.
No, but it's got to be relevant to the. Anyway, we'll take advice. We'll take advice. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, councillors, I have sought advice from our General Legal Counsel, who advises that this item cannot be tabled because it is related to legally privileged information and is also not relevant to the item under debate. Now, if you wish our General Legal Counsel to reinforce that, then she is happy to do so, but that is our advice. You should return this paper to the people who handed it out. It is not tabled this afternoon.
Keep it, you keep it. Feel free to keep it.
Yeah, look, we could spend.
You're the chair, that's it.
That's. No, councillors, we're done with that. That we don't want to distract. We don't want to distract ourselves from the substance of the issue which is in front of us, which is, councillors. We don't want to distract ourselves from the substance of the issue, which is a discussion about the future of our central library. We can cover the other issues at a later stage, and I guess we probably will choose to do so. But I think we should downplay rather than escalate that one. Okay, who was so you'd finished on your time? Your time had just about elapsed, hadn't it?
Well, I hadn't finished.
No.
I think you've probably got about 30 seconds left. Yeah. Okay, can we put another 30 seconds on?
Well, look, I'll just briefly say that what's happened now is very unfortunate, and we have a problem with low voter turnout in local government, and I find this organisation at times to be deeply undemocratic, and I think today was an illustration of that. I won't withdraw and apologise for what?
You have described the organisation as deeply undemocratic at times. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's at times or not. I think that's a very unfortunate thing to say. I think you should withdraw that and apologise, because that's effectively besmirching the entire organisation, both elected and unelected.
I didn't mean to, and I withdraw it, but I don't apologise.
Councillor, I'll take advice as to whether you can actually challenge that one or not. I think that might be in the. We'll just check that. Yes. Point of order effectively is.
Oh, you're right.
Yes. May not be challenged? Yeah, sorry, you can't. Councillor, it will make life a lot easier if you were just to apologise for the comments.
I apologise.
Thank you. Speaking to Councillor Fitzsimon's amendment.
Foster,
and this is just to the amendment.
Just to the amendment, because I do have an amendment and I'd like to speak to the substantive. Look, Councillor Fitzsimons and Councillor Matthews, I thank you for this. We've had some discussion about it. I've been clear that as the portfolio leader for building resilience, I won't support a low resilience option at this particular point in time. I obviously can still open to be convinced, but I think that is a little bit problematic. The history of this council over the last decade has been to do as much as we can, not enough, to try and get our city as resilient as possible. I fully understand where this is coming from. The concerns around the cost are very legitimate, and I obviously would expect that we will do as much as we can to get those costs down. But I just think at this point, I think the officers have come with some advice, and I'm happy to accept that for the meantime, and then we'll just see where we land once we've got some more advice through the consultation process from engineers. On the second point, though, I will be strongly supporting that. Thank you for raising that. I was uncomfortable when I saw this, that that we need to have a process which is really clear. This is a public process where we're just trying to get the views of the public. Look, I have some reservations about the Mayor's amendment. I think we just need to have a clear process around where we get advice from technical experts, including librarians, not just building professionals. But I don't think this has been possibly the best option. I think it would be just wiser just to keep it to public consultation, and then we can bring in our experts as we need. I too have, and this will not be surprising to anyone, have concerns about the the statement that there could be privatisation, and I'm sorry, when a building is sold, that is a form of privatisation. From my perspective, this is the way I would understand it. So again, I'm not impugning the officer's integrity. That's perfectly legitimate to put the option up. That's fine, but I don't agree with it. This is Civic Square. We should retain critical assets for the future of our city. So thank you again, councillors. And so obviously I'll be asking that these two are taken separately. Thank you.
And look, I'm going to ask a question of officers about 9, just to check that, because the wording in that to me is a different thing than what I've now put in. It was effectively dealt with what was the original substantive, but it seems to me it's perfectly valid to sit alongside what I've suggested. So people, is that your reading of it, Karen?
My understanding of the intention of this is to instruct officers not to go through with the EOI process or any type of separate process, however we describe it. So I've given advice that we don't agree with it, but the council's entitled to move this and say that we don't go ahead with it if she wishes.
Yeah, but it doesn't adversely affect the ability to be able to. Sorry, it doesn't adversely affect the ability to be able to work with the building construction. Etc. in terms of getting information.
No, like if we are going down a process of trying to, for example, engage with a builder and architects around how we take the proposal forward as part of the normal course, that doesn't negate that. No.
Cool. Thank you.
Maybe I should ask a question. How is just want to unpick that advice a bit, because how is it really consistent to give that advice, and whereas my amendment says the same consultation process, but the Mayor's new version says explore the ideas and approaches, which sounds like a proactive engagement, whereas I'm suggesting everyone is treated the same. So
yeah.
You're
suggesting that, and I guess what I'm suggesting is, if in the normal course of a procurement process that we're working through for currently getting worked up for going ahead to October, we will have to engage with builders and architects and engineers about how we do our normal procurement. Nothing to do with their ideas and things about the options. So, for example, if we need to talk to builders about their how we might approach the particular the tender process, that it was more in that type of so as part of the normal process that we're going to work through all the way and through until June, we will end up having to talk to these professionals as part of that. I saw that as being quite different to the invitation for ideas and interest and thoughts about how we might go about the options. I saw that as being quite a different process. Is that yeah. Well, one is intending to completely negate the other, in terms of this amendment is intending to negate the amendment that you've moved, Councillor. So that was the intention, was to stop council officers having a separate discussion through an EIO or any other type of process.
I'm never one to lose an opportunity. So if the Mayor thinks they can sit side by side, I'd love the best of both worlds, whereby his passes and mine passes, if that's the will of the meeting. So I guess I know the amendment isn't that there's a new 9. So if the Mayor's minded to
Karen,
how we saw this was this. This means the developer, building construction community we will not engage with them in any special way. They will put submissions in through the consultation process. But if we're talking to them through a procurement process, that's different.
Okay, no, that's the opposite way. I thought you said it first, but I get it.
No, it's more about okay. Yeah. I think we're going to get ourselves confused here. Okay, right. Okay, on the amendments, Councillors Condi and Paul.
Everyone, I think there's a saying in the business community: you can have good, fast, or cheap. Pick 2. And Councillor Fitzsimons has been really clear that she thinks that option A is fast and cheap, and those are what she thinks her priorities are. Obviously, this option A is good enough because it's deemed to be practicable. But my concern is that I think that I still have significant concerns about whether we may have to close the building again in future if building standards change in future, that we lose an opportunity to update the building for modern purposes, and that the heritage, for those who are concerned about heritage, the heritage of the building is still at great risk if there is an earthquake. And fourthly, that there are concerns that the building will not be insurable if we only upgrade it to this point in time. So those are my concerns around this. I won't be supporting, therefore, voting for option A. To talk about the expressions of interest, there was Councillor Fitzsimons, you said something about the expression of interest being a special secret process. I actually see it as the opposite of that. I think often what happens is that developers will come and knock on the door of the mayor, or they'll come and knock on the door of the chief executive, or they'll have a side word to one of the councillors and say, hey, we'd really like to work on this project with you, that'd be cool. And these conversations happen as backroom side conversations that we're not all involved in. Whereas if we set up an expressions of interest process that is a specific process that everybody understands what it means, all of the development community understands what it means, all the officers understand what it means, and we are able to actually deal with that and have those conversations in a way that is ultimately more transparent than if we don't have an expression of interest process. I also think that it's perfectly fine for us to include an option of a sale or a public-private partnership because that is a practicable option. It may be one that we don't like, and that's fine. When it comes back to us, we can vote against it then. But I think it is a practicable option, and therefore I think it does need to be, to exclude it explicitly at this point in time, I think undermines part of the process there. So I won't be supporting the second part of your amendment either, because I think an expression of interest process is actually the best way that we can go forward and get the kind of information that Richard was talking about today during public participation in a way that is transparent and professional and clear about what all of the roles are. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Condi. Councillor Paul.
Nice and sweet, thank you.
And then Councillor Calvert.
All I'll say is when I am older, I would like to not pay for a new library because we know that the area that the library is in is vulnerable to sea level rise. So why are we going to spend $200 million for it to go potentially underwater very soon? So all I'm doing is I'm standing up for Richard's daughter Teddy and Terry and myself. Well, when you're all long gone, we have to pay for another new library.
Definitely short and to the point. Councillor Calvert and then Councillor Day. Yeah, and then Rush.
Thank you. Look, I'm not going to support this amendment. To me, it's just really putting a Band-Aid on, and that Band-Aid will easily break in a significant quake. I know this is a comment that it provides ideally building reoccupation if we have a significant quake at 40%, because that's basically what it is. And I wouldn't be buying an apartment at 40% NBS. And I spoke to a real estate agent last night, and they said they can't sell apartments at 40%. Banks will very rarely lend if you have less than 50% NBS. So, and that's just for people to live in. Yet we want to strengthen a building that's going to have people in it, our children, ourselves. I can't honestly support something that's only 40% and spend money, which is still $100 million or whatever, on something that we have a major shake in a year's time, it collapses. And it's gone. It can't be reoccupied, and then we're back here having the same conversation wherever it may well be built. It could be built on the Civic Square. It could be built elsewhere. So, and we know what happened with the town hall. You know, that went through a strengthening in the 90s. And what happened? We're back again 20 years later. It's been closed for 7 years. It's going to be closed for another couple of years, and the price has gone up again. So. You know, we're not dealing with reality, and the comments about privatisation, I'm really finding that, as I think I've said before, and I've got a foreshadow amendment. Sorry about that. Is that all right? That was meant to. You know about my mess, yeah. Okay, sorry. That's probably why Deputy Mayor was waving at me. I thought She was just waving me. But anyway, but just one final thing about privatisation. I think it's mischievous to mention some of the comments. I think everybody's been quite clear. We want to see a central library service. Not sure about where it's going to be built or how it's going to look, but that's definitely what we want to see, and it's a core role of council. Thank you.
Councillor Day and then Councillor Rush.
Thank you. I'm just going to start by saying, remembering that we are not making the final decision today, I do support this amendment. Obviously, there are many things that will happen between now and the time that we do make the decision, but I think it's really important to acknowledge Councillor Paul's comment that the first risk to this building may not actually be an earthquake. It could quite likely be sea level rise. We already know that there is water under that building, and whatever we do to try and strengthen it or make that building resilient will have to sit possibly in salt water. So we have to think about that very carefully, and it could have implications for other buildings as well. But I think it's really important to acknowledge that that actually sometimes the fast and the cheap situation in this situation is the good one, because we are measuring how we are going to balance these risks. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that life safety is covered in this, and actually there's no guarantees in any big earthquake that even if you do the most hard out option to strengthen this building, that there won't be significant damage inside that could close it for a long time anyway, because things can fall down and damage, windows can be broken, all those sorts of things, which could delay people getting back in. I think it's important to acknowledge that the situation we are in is impacted by the wider situation of COVID-19. We don't have some of the wriggle room and the options that we may have had if we weren't facing that. Maybe we would be be able to look more seriously at spending more money. But I think at this point in time we need to do what is right for this building, to get it open, and for the people of Wellington to give them a warm, dry place to go and get library books. I'm not entirely sure about the comments about insurance. We haven't had any mention of that in the paper, so it's a little bit hard to make a judgment on that. It could be worth getting some advice, but I think that's how long is a piece of string. You're not going to know until you actually go and ask them to do it. I think that the concept around the private, looking at privatisation of the building, it was recommended in the paper. On page 44 there was a comment there stating that that was being looked at. It was very clear. There's no mischievousness in anyone else's comments. It was there for everyone to see. So I think it's important to acknowledge that. Also just wondering how the developer community will feel being brought together to share all of their secrets and their information together in a big, warm, lovely environment where they will actually withhold stuff. So the reality is they may not be that interested in sharing everything. We may not get the full truth. So I think we have to go with eyes wide open. I want to see this building open. It is a lovely building, but we do have to hold it in the place that it is, which I think Councillor Paul has expressed really well. Nothing guarantees our future, but we need to be sensible now.
Thank you. Very briefly, actually, I effectively support pretty much everything Councillor Condi had to say, actually. But I do, in terms of the proposal, the new 9, and I have to say that we're not procurement specialists, but what I've heard from officers is that we will be undertaking a process that I think sounds a bit like what Wellington Water undertook for a model rural, to get the ideas of the professionals. It's not a secret process, and in fact, as Councillor Condi pointed out, this actually makes it much more transparent. It is right to go to these professionals over and above, or in addition to going to the wider community. So I don't have a problem with that, but for the other reasons described by Councillor Condi, I won't be supporting the amendment, but I have very much an open mind, so I'll be very interested to see what submitters have got to say.
I'm just speaking briefly to this amendment. This was actually my preferred option at the start of the process, if we were allowed to kind of think we have a preferred option, but I've actually changed my mind. I no longer think it is the best option. I do believe that we need to spend a bit more on this building and future-proof it, and I do believe actually the base isolation, or possibly a new building with base isolation, is the way to go. I do remember attending a meeting of engineers at the, was it the Adam Theatre? Where they talked about the library in very passionate terms, but one of the points was with base isolation you can actually raise the building quite easily. It does future-proof it. And the other thing I'm very interested to explore is how we can bring back some council services and council functions back into the square. And the base isolation option actually allows us the flexibility to perhaps add some stories if that can be done. So look, I think for various reasons I can no longer support the very bare minimum. I think if we're going to do something, we've got council all over the place at the moment, we've got libraries all over the place. It's kind of the best we can do for now, but what I want to see is actually things brought back together. And, you know, our staff gathered up as much as they can be, and our library services gathered up as much as they can be, and I believe the way to do that is actually to do a really good job on the central library building, whatever that means. Thank you.
I'll say a few words then. Look, I'm with the Deputy Mayor. I was originally attracted to option. What is it ultimately end up being option A because it was the quickest, and we've now got some time frames around quickest. It's still 2 and a bit years, well, 3 years away. It's still a while away, and the least expensive, and of course, it is the least resilient. And I think as we've gone on, we've sort of started to get a little bit more information about that. I guess the issue for me is that when it was originally proposed, this was a sort of $30 million job, you know, to strengthen the building. It's $30 million plus the fit out, plus the services, and it means you're then investing, you know, something up to $90 million in a relatively non-resilient building. So I think that's going to be quite challenging. It'd be really interesting to see what people have got to say. I also thought about, you know, you could do that and then do it, you know, a later upgrade when we've got, you know, maybe when council's got some money to do that. But again, we've had the advice that if you go and close the library down again, you're going to be closing it down again for a significant period of time, and there's a lot of dislocation in doing that. So I think whatever the decision is that's made ultimately in October, it's got to be that's the decision that gets made, and that's what we stick with. And it's not going to be further upgraded at a later stage. The other thing that I did want to touch on is, to do it once, do it right. I mean, you know, the reality is if we'd use modern techniques of strengthening or modern techniques of building, we would not be here today if that had been done with the original Civic Square. But the reality is just about every part of Civic Square is broken. Even the heritage buildings we had to strengthen. Town Hall has been done twice. You know, we're now on the second. The second goes, I think Councillor Pannett said. And of course we're doing the St James twice as well. So we don't want to be doing these things more than once if we can possibly afford it. I think the point that Councillor Paul makes about, you know, sea level rise and the impact on that, my understanding from what I've seen is that this is slightly higher than, for example, the CAB site or the City Gallery site, but it's only slightly. So there is an issue there, but there is the ability to raise the floor if we do the full strengthening. In fact, there's probably going to be a requirement to raise the floor, and of course, if there's a new build, you can raise the floor for that as well. So I think there are some vulnerabilities around that. And then the final thing is just to say, I understand exactly where Councillor Fitzsimons is coming from in terms of 9, and I agree that I think it's the word developer community. I mean, developer is actually often a pejorative term. It's one that we doesn't necessarily endear itself to the wider community. I was thinking that this was something which would go alongside of the amended substantive as I've moved it in the first place, which is about getting access to the expertise of the construction community, because I think that they will be able to bring some extra value to it. And look, if they can save us a significant amount of money, or they can give us some innovation that actually you can do it better, because at the moment we actually are engaging with the construction community. We've just chosen one engineer. We're already doing that. We've chosen one engineer. Now, if we can get other people who can give us some advice, and a lot of you have sat around this table and said they particularly like one particular engineer, you know, you've said we want those people's advice. All I would say to you is don't cut them out of it, and please don't stick them at the end and just say make a submission, because if all we want to do is make the submission, we will get that advice several months down the track, and it won't be able to help inform us and potentially save us money. I think that would be cutting off nose to spite face. So if I'm happy to support 9 in the sense that it says we don't want to privatise the building, if that's its intent, and it can sit alongside sit alongside the substantive as I've moved it. But if it can't sit alongside the substantive and it's seen as a replacement, then I won't support option Councillor Fitzsimons 9. And I guess that was the advice that we had, is that it can't sit alongside it. Councillor Fitzsimons, right to reply. Oh, sorry. Oh, Councillor Matthews. Right. Right. Oh, right.
Kia ora koutou. I'd like to start by talking about the privatisation issue, and I have been glad to hear the Mayor's comments today, but I think given the content of the original paper, we do need to be clearer and rule out privatisation of the library building. I've made my views on this topic very clear, and referring to a document I've read quite recently, I have an open mind but not an empty one. And I intend to continue making my views clear regardless of the outcome of this vote. I don't believe the public has misconstrued this intent at all, actually. The building refers the paper refers explicitly to the sale of the building. And talks about the benefits, the potential future benefits to developers of this process. And I'm assuming those benefits are not any preferential borrowing rights to bestsellers or vinyl records. I think one of the reasons why I don't want this to go ahead as an option is that it undermines the trust and faith of the community in the rest of the process that we're running. And what I'm hearing from people, their perception is that this council is too close to developers, and that we need to be very careful about how we go forward, and that I have not heard anybody in the community say that they want us to privatise the library building. I accept there may be some extreme views out there, but that really people are asking, if it didn't come from the community and it didn't come from councillors, where is this coming from? And I guess to go back to what Councillor Condi said, who's knocking on whose door and why? I have no interest in transparently privatising the library any more than I do in covertly privatising it. The nature of our libraries is the public building and the public good that they provide. And so therefore I really do want us to explicitly say that we're not going to do this. I guess, and to talk about the different options and the sort of quick and dirty route, I guess I am concerned that we do not ourselves overly complicate this situation. That if we can reopen the building where it's safe for life and limb, that is what we should do as quickly as we can. For example, I'm concerned about a consultation process that goes into a big conversation about what a library is. And I don't think that's necessarily what I'm hearing from Wellingtonians, and not just my echo chamber, because my echo chamber is definitely not the Rotary Club of Karori, who I spoke with this week. I'm definitely not any kind of chamber with them and probably disagree about most things. But it was a very strong view of opening the library as soon as possible and not spending too much money to do so. Thank you. Just two more things I quickly want to say. First of all, reflecting as someone who came from a family where nobody has been educated. I'm the first person in my family that went to university. What the difference that libraries made to me. And my concern about the library being closed is that every day that this library is closed is opportunities. We're missing out on opportunities for children and young people in Wellington. And so I want to do it as quickly as possible. And I'm also concerned that with all the challenges facing us on water, transport, climate change, that we do not think bigger than we need to at this time with this library. Thank you.
Thanks. And Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, I would just like to quickly and briefly speak in support of Councillor Fitzsimons' amendments that have been proposed today for several reasons. Just about every single discussion we've had on the library paper, we talk about urgency and we talk about need. And every single councillor has sat at this table to talk about the importance of that core piece of community infrastructure that has now been a loss since March of last year. And I am someone who is very keen to get this open and ready and underway as soon as possible. I don't believe that we can wait until 2025 to see that this infrastructure comes back to us. As the youngest person currently currently sitting at this council table, and as a comrade of Councillor Paul, I also see the benefit for young people in this city as well, and for our disabled people, and for our people that need to work from our libraries, for people looking for work, for our homeless population as well. This is a huge community asset. I find, and this is no surprise coming with Red Stripes, that to have the heart of our city potentially privatised to be frankly insidious. I would like to keep this core service in council building, in council run, and that's why I'm supporting some of the earlier options here in the paper. I'm also supporting the amended number 9 because I don't believe that the developer community should have more of a look in, more of a say, more of a relationship with our council than some of the 5-year-olds in our city or the 12-year-olds in our city that rely on this infrastructure as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, but just before I go to right reply, I'm just going to ask, because I did ask for advice because we've had the toing and froing about the, does this replace or otherwise. Karen, can you just confirm your view is it replaces the substantive number 9 at the moment? It does. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks everybody for participating in the debate. And I do think it's worth reiterating that we aren't making a final decision. What this amendment tries to do is send a message to Wellington that we know they want their library open as quickly as possible and as cheaply as possible, and that's our preferred option at this stage, subject to hearing from them. And I think part of the reason why I brought this amendment, and I hope that this is deals with some of the points that people have made, is that the reality is we just have a building that's damaged and we just need to fix it and open it. We don't need to make it overly complex, and that's really what this amendment's about saying. There's some damage to the building, we're going to fix the damage and we're going to open it, and it's going to be able to operate as a library. And let's face it, as Councillor Matthews says, libraries are a really radical idea. People can go there, read anything that they want for free. It's a great thing. And I think that's the reason you're getting the political spectrum of Wellington going, don't privatise this. Richard Burrell coming here and saying, which I just found astonishing, like, I'm just blown away. Here's a developer. The council officers say, let's have an EOI with developers, let's look at selling the building. We get one of the developers in town, comes and sits at the table and says, I'm not interested, that's ridiculous, we'll take a $20 million cut. It's just completely unrealistic to suggest this idea that we should look at these co-funding models. And I guess I just wanted to say to the Mayor, you've been on the record in the newspaper and in this meeting saying not to sell the building, but your amendment doesn't rule that out. This amendment does rule that out. I challenge you to put on the record your position that you want the building not sold, because then council officers can be clear when they go ahead in your process, if your resolution passes, they can be clear that that's off the table, and that's a very strong signal to them, and it's a much more stronger signal if it's included in the resolution as if it's just something you've said in the newspaper and in the meeting. So I strongly support maintaining that there is the same process for everybody, and that nobody gets a different process, and that the basis of any process is that the council maintains ownership of the building. And I guess I finally just wanted to say that, just wanted to pick up on Councillor Matthews' comments about Karori Rotary. I've spoken to about 2,500 residents in my ward during the election campaign and since, and across the political spectrum there is support for just strengthening and opening the building and getting on with it. And that's why I reject the notion entirely that this is some kind of a partisan position. It's not a position, and it's not a partisan position, it's a sensible position.
Thank you. Now, I'll take 5 and 6 together and 9 separately. Okay. So, councillors, if you can vote, and Councillor Young and Councillor Sparrow, if you can verbalise your vote rather than do it through the hand up on. Okay. Right. Can we see the amendment on the screen, please? Yeah, it was. Yeah. So those in favour, for Councillor Sparrow and Councillor Young, those in favour please raise a hand of 5 and 6. And those against please raise a hand. Oh, sorry, hang on. I'll give you a pause there. Those in favour please raise a hand. Those against, please raise a hand.
Which were you voting on? Is it
5 and 6. 5 and 6 first, and then 9. So 5 and 6 relate to option A, which is the least expensive, quickest, least resilient version, as a preferred option. Which way do you wish to vote? Down. Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you. Right. Okay. Right. That is there's a lot of red there, so that's lost. Yep. Okay. 5-10. Okay. Right. So that's the end of that part of the amendment. Second part of the amendment, 9. So this is we're now voting on 9, a new 9, or replacement 9, I should say.
no from me?
Okay, 2 no's there. Councillor Finn. 2, 3, 4. So that fails as well. That's 6-9. Okay, thank you. Now we go back to the substantive, and I believe we've got another amendment coming. So I think we'll do Diane's one first. Yeah. I'm here anticipating that we have every option under the sun. Yes, we could be here a while. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you.
It's a bit like that.
Look, thank you. Look, it was a toss-up between D or E, to be honest. But it was basically around the basis of my amendment is around about rebuilding new. It's not just about the building, it's actually what's inside the building, the services. So I would like us to see, if we're going to spend a couple of $100 million, that we actually build it on the right place, but also that we build it to future-proof it, and not having to work our services around a supporting beam that had to be put in to support the existing building. I noticed that officers have recommended option C, which they say gives a high level of building resilience. Well, if you build new, you're going to get that as well. And, I look at, some of the buildings, some of the libraries around, Christchurch, albeit that their building that got destroyed in the 2011 earthquake was already too small for them. They've chosen to build on another site, bigger and better, and fit for purpose for the future. Even if they hadn't had that 2011 quake, I don't think their library would have looked as good if they just, expanded on their old library. I don't think we should be constrained in any way by the current building footprint to be able to offer our services for the future. I noticed we had Richard Barrell talk about the carbon footprint in terms of destroying, the building rubble if we had to destroy the building. But I think without knowing, and I'm sure this would come out, if you built it as a green building, the long-term ongoing carbon savings, I'm sure, would probably counteract any cost on putting that building down. And I think the other important thing is to remember form generally follows function. So when we decide what the function of our new library service, our central library service will look like, the form can follow that. And that's much easier to do in a new build. I take on concerns about the heritage of the existing building. And when I talk to a lot of people, they just say, save the palms, save the Nikau palms. And I'm sure that can be accommodated. And as the Mayor said, the whole civic precinct is needing strengthening or change in some way. So this is an opportunity to do that in a master plan way. And the other reason going for new build is the project costs as a preference, but knowing that we do need feedback on all of them, because this may not end up being the right one in the end when we've got public feedback. But a new build, generally project costs are more guaranteed. And I take the convention centre, that's on track, on budget, and all the groundwork to be done. Thank you. as opposed to the work that we've had to do around the town hall, which is a re-strengthening in St James. Those costs have continually increased because as we find new stuff out. I think Councillor Paul made a good raised a good point about do we want to build there? Yes, I probably won't be around in 64 years' time, but I tell you what, I've got 6 millennials in my family, and probably whatever's the younger one beyond that. So I'm very conscious about the costs that they'll have to bear later on. So I'm very much focused on that. And somebody told me last night that they thought the library was based on the Doge's Palace in Venice. And in terms of style, and I thought that was very appropriate because Venice is flooding. So if that can survive, I'm sure we can build something to survive that. But look, and that's why I think this should be our preferred option. So you will see the key reasons in the amendment. I'm not sure they're up, and I know Councillor Condie will be seconding it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Calvert. Councillor Condie.
Thanks, everyone. I'm seconding this motion because I think this motion out of good, fast, and cheap, this one is good and cheap. And I think that this is we're going to get the best value for money and make sure that we actually deliver a really good library service for the long term. And I think, responding to Councillor Fitzsimon's comment that people just want us to fix it and open it, this library has to last for 50 years. And so in 20 years' time, are people going to think to themselves, gosh, I'm so glad they opened that library a year faster than they would have otherwise? Or are they going to think, gosh, I'm so glad they really modernised this building and made it fit for purpose for the future so that we can really use this building for the long term? So these are some of the things that are weighing on my mind. And personally, I would be happy if we didn't have a preferred option. I actually am very open-minded, and I don't mind. I agree that all of these, there's no clear winner here. All of these options have advantages and disadvantages, but the legislation says we have to have a preferred one. And I think, for my sense, I think the cost effectiveness and the upgrades that we can get out of a new build, why I'll be supporting this. I think the main reason that people will see this as not a good option is the heritage concern. And that's one of the reasons that I encouraged Councillor Calvert to make option D the preference rather than option E, because I think that we do just need to face that head on. And my question really is around the heritages, and I don't know the answer to this question. Is this a vocal minority, or are the concerns about heritage, are they widely held? Because potentially the cost of retaining the heritage will be significant. And if many people want to pay to preserve the building, then that's something that I will absolutely be influenced by. It's not something that would be my personal preference, which is the other reason why I feel totally comfortable with the notion of a new building. I think it's really important. I think the preferred option that staff have put forward is option C because it's kind of the best option. It ticks all the boxes, right? It doesn't sacrifice heritage, it doesn't sacrifice resilience, it doesn't sacrifice anything. It gets us all the things that we want. But the thing with option C is that it's neither fast nor cheap, but it gets us everything that we want. And this is the thing, is that all of these options have pros and cons, and we really do need to hear from the community to hear what it is that they think we should be looking at here. And I acknowledge that I looked at this and said there's no good and fast option here on our table because there just isn't. There isn't a good and fast option available to us. As we've said, the fastest option is still several years away, and this is really the challenge that we're facing. So. In terms of trying to balance what are my personal priorities, that's why I'm supporting the new bill, because I feel like it delivers the best outcomes that we can hope for at the greatest cost effectiveness.
So part of me thinks maybe I should support this amendment because I suspect it will get the strongest reaction and the most feedback from the community. So I'm in a bit of a conundrum, but I just can't support it because I was actually, as others were, really surprised at Richard Burrell's comments today. I was expecting something quite different. And so I think actually we will see that and what we are hearing from our colleagues and have heard already, that this is a feeling that sits across all different parts of our community. I just don't believe that this is a realistic option. It will see us go to court for years. I have already observed in my short time on council that litigation is never quicker than you think. And I think it's pretty well guaranteed that we will end up in court if we propose to demolish this building. I also do not agree that it is a cheap option. Maybe in our documents it looks like it is, but it hasn't factored in the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we will spend on legal costs to protect and try and get ourselves through that process. So I don't believe that it will be cheap, and it certainly won't be fast. I also can't, at this point in time, obviously information may change my perspective on this, but I can't support demolishing a building that is only 30 years old that can still be can still be fixed. There's an option. There are a number of options there to fix this building, and I think it's really important that we do explore that. And that if you can save a 30-year-old building, why wouldn't you? It still is a beautiful building, and it would be. I can't agree about the comments about the carbon footprint. There is a lot of waste that would come off that site, and it's pretty young waste really. I think it takes a long time to get that waste out of the system in comparison to what you will gain by having a building that is much more carbon friendly. So I can't support this amendment. I think it's important that we continue to remain open-minded, and it could still get changed for me, but at this point in time I don't think this is the right one to say is our preferred option.
Well, thank you, Councillor Day. I agree with all your comments, and I'd just like to make a brief comment as the portfolio leader for Heritage. This will not be well received in some quarters of our city. We had a packed out public meeting organised by the Architecture Centre last year. Look, I'm sure there'll be a variety of views, but there are people that do care about heritage. There are people that do respect Athfield's work. This is possibly one of the few buildings that does get to the iconic status in our small city, and I just think that would be unfortunate. I think, look, and I'm going to be putting up an amendment later that, we might, but this building could be used for something else. That was clearly when we heard from the architects that something else could be done with it. I'm certainly not contributing to more council waste at the moment when we have not got our ship in order around construction waste as a city or a country. I don't think that's a particularly good message. So I think the legal angle is also accurate. We did this around the town hall too. We knew we'd end up in court for years. It's a slow and expensive process, and we just need to get on with an option.
Yeah, I share the comments of Councillor Day. I think that this would be hugely controversial. It would shock Wellingtonians. But I also think that if the council agreed to this as our proposed option, it would be deeply disrespectful to one of New Zealand's most famous architects, Ian Athfield. I think this building is an icon in Wellington, and to suggest that the preferred option of this council is to demolish it would be just a crime against modern architecture. And I also agree with Councillor Day around the comments around litigation. That's my experience. Litigation is never quicker than you think it will be. And I just don't believe that Wellingtonians would allow us to demolish this building.
A bit of a process myself trying to work out where we're going with this particular problem of the Central Library. But I wouldn't have said at the beginning of this process that I would be thinking that the option C was the one that should go out for consultation, but I actually believe it is the best option because I see option C as sitting at the pivot point where if we actually want people to comment, we'll get comments from two directions. We'll get comments from people who think it's too expensive and we should do a lower grade remediation of the existing building. But we're also at that pivot point where people might tell us that they actually think it's worth going for a new build. So I think option C, if we're actually trying to get information from the public, it's pitched at a really good point. The only thing against it really, I think, is the cost. And that I think is going to be the crunch and value for money. And that's, I think, we're preserving, this option preserves the heritage, which is probably a plus, but it comes at a cost and at possibly some time to work out how to do it. I am quite tempted by the idea of new build, surprisingly more than I thought I would be. Not that it's my decision, it's obviously the public's decision. I do see some advantages in it that I didn't see previously. But I think there's also the opportunity to incorporate some of that with the remediation of the building. So I'm not going to be voting for option D. I will be continuing to support the officer's recommendation about C being our preferred option to go to the public with. That, of course, is just a starting position, and that's the point I'm really trying to make with this speech, is it's a starting position pitched in the middle where people could either pivot one way to a new build or pivot backwards to doing a remediation slightly cheaper. So I won't be voting for this, but I do thank Councillor Calvert for her advocacy for this particular solution and for actually perhaps opening my mind and maybe some other people's minds to this being a possibility the public might actually want this.
Your Worship, just wondering if we can get some officer advice about this legal threat. I'm struggling to understand where the legal threat's coming from. I mean, if we go through a decent consultation process.
Look, Councillor Rush, I think that we've had advice, and in fact, it's built into the timeframes for options D and E. We've had that advice already, so I'm not sure that there's going to be anything. I mean, there is no legal challenge about anything or any aspect at the moment. It is the hypothesis that there might be should the option D or E be proceeded with.
Okay, thank you. Can I?
Yes, you can speak.
So, like a number of others, Councillor Condry, Councillor Free, I have gone around in circles on this, and I certainly, as I said earlier, will be looking very carefully at the submissions to understand what Wellingtonians are prepared to look at. But what I will say is this. We've heard a lot about heritage value, and I totally respect that. So this morning I said to my 3-year-old daughter, Daddy and his friends will be maybe building a new library or strengthening the existing one. Which one do you want? She jumped up and down and said, new one. Now, obviously, I will take advice from her before Twitter, but I will actually hold my own counsel. But it did make me start thinking about, well, who are the users of this library service in the next 50, 60 years? And do they have a preference to retain something with heritage value, or do they want to make their own? So I thought that was it was an interesting sort of point. It's actually as a consequence of the Frank Kip Park. I now consult my children, but it did make me think perhaps more positively about a new build, and I think that it certainly will provoke a response in the nature of how much that heritage value is important. So on this today, I will support Councillor Calvert's motion.
Councillor Sparrow.
My daughter won't forgive me.
Right, just a brief comment from me. I'm assuming you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Like others, I think it's unfortunate that we do have to indicate a preferred option. However, we do, my preference is probably option D, to do it once, to do it properly, and over time, over the years, I do think that will be the best value for money. We won't have to address things again quite so quickly if we did go for option A and were subject to a big quake just a few years down the road. However, having said that, if the public feedback comes back firmly an option or overwhelmingly in favour of option A or some other option, then I'm also quite comfortable with that. So it will be interesting to hear what the public at large do have to say as to their preferences in regard to this. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sparrow. Councillor Wolfe.
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you, Councillor Calvert, for bringing this up. I also agree that having a preferred option isn't probably just what we need just at the moment to divide us. What we need is something to bring us all together. With consultations, and I'm repeating myself, let's see Wellington show their true colours. Let our communities come up and tell us exactly what they want. We've got the pros and cons with 5 different options here. That's more options than I've seen ever before. Usually there's 1 or 2 options, sometimes 3, 5. I think you guys have done great. You have done really, really, and And we shouldn't be critical of this. We've all got different views and opinions. My one for the moment, and I'm thinking of Ath, and I regarded him as a friend. Yeah, sure, he'd be upset that his building wasn't broken, but doesn't come up to earthquake strength. The building's not broken. It isn't. And that's what we have to think of. So he put that building on our civic centre with all the information that he had at the time. That information and the ground has changed since then. Ath would be the first person to say, it's not quite right at the moment. I don't want my legacy tainted. Let's think about other options. And I do believe that with most of the options, that Ath's legacy can be protected. I certainly believe it can be in definitely C and D. I have no problems even with A and B. E also. So look at it. We can do this. The other thing is that form does follow function. That's a really good line, Diane. Thank you for that. And the other thing that we shouldn't discount is that we have a tremendous amount of expertise in the city. With our developers and our construction, and I look at the Oddlands building, I look at Hurd Street, I look at Schaefer's apartments in particular, all in salt water. I look at the building that we're in at the moment, and I look at the Prudential building down the road. Those buildings were built for a time. They all had pumps in the basements. So we should look at all the options. I am going with D because I think that we've got to shake people up and get people understanding that we're not doing anything half-hearted. We've had that. We've had a lot of crap put up in the city over a period of time, and we do need some great architecture. We do need something that is the proper heart of Wellington. I think that it's time to talk, and it's time to talk collegially and not be adversarial over this.
I'll give you another minute.
This is something that's really, really important because we're talking about the heart, aren't we? We really are. This is a building, whether it's got the library in it or not, it's something that's really, really important around our civic centre. So Wellingtonians, get in there and start talking with each other and with us, and give us your views, because it's really, really important. None of us around this table are closed off to any of the options. We're just having to, because of legal sort of stuff, we're having to state an option. But you can see how there are various different points of view around the table, and I think that that's good. And I think, again, Wellingtonians, come and talk with us. Talk with us, don't argue with us, don't slate us, don't bash us. We're trying to do the best for you, and I think it's shown around the table today.
I'm going to just say a few words on this one as well. I want to thank Councillor Calvert for raising this, because in a sense it's quite a brave one to raise. And I think what's really good is that we're actually speaking from, if you like, both ends of the spectrum in terms of the options, which shows that we are, we've thought about this pros and cons. And I think Councillor Condi, when you spoke first, is it quick, is it strong, is it cheap? Well, none of them do all three. None of them are going to tick all those three boxes. It's going to be a matter of that balancing act. And so my preference, I'm completely with Councillor Condi in this. My preference would be actually not to have a preference. And as you said, Councillor Wolf, we only have to have a preference because the law or case law says that we have to. The better position from my perspective would be to say, here are 5 options, and you're quite right. Normally we don't go out with 5 options, which there's a real balancing act, and we've got a really strong preference for one particular thing, and the others are, they're not real options sometimes. This one is a genuine, there are 5 options, all of which have pros and cons attached to them. And I can see the pros of building something new and having it all purpose built, etc. The reality is, of course, that the status quo has a big head start because people can see the building and go, I like that building or I don't like that building. They can't imagine necessarily a building which hasn't, we haven't even got a picture of what a new build might look like. So that's a real challenge. And I guess, if people are going to, through this process, I would probably encourage people to say, look, if you think a new build is an option, just even draw us a pretty picture as to what it might look like, because those pictures are worth, if they're worth 1,000 words quite often in these conversations. And you know that the first thing that, when you're saying, well, we've got this new proposal and this whole lot of words, that doesn't end up being published, and the media are not particularly interested in that. You give them a nice picture, and they go, yeah, well, that looks really interesting. So it'll be really interesting to see what people come up with on this. I think in terms of heritage, I mean, I can see a lot of values in the existing building as it is. There are certain aspects of the existing building I think which are, I really like. There are other aspects which, that are quite, in reality, quite boxy. What we don't know is what a new build would look like, and we don't know whether a new build could be new heritage either. So I guess those are the kind of things that, I think, Simon, that was a technical architectural term, wasn't it? That the buildings, a lot of buildings that we built have been crap. But there are a lot of very uninspiring buildings. And remember, this council, or at least the previous council, decided that instead of building, if you think back to what the Convention and Exhibition Centre was proposed to be originally, it was pretty bland. We had the option: do we do a pretty bland glass facade, or do we do something that's a bit special? And I think a lot of us hark back to a particular very, very prominent building in the city, when, which is a fantastic asset to the city, but people looked at it and said, you could have done better with the external design of that. And I think whatever is done here, if there is a new build, that's got to be a new build that really excites people, and people go, that's a really, a lovely part of Wellington that people are proud of in the future, if that's where it ends up being. So, as I said, I'm completely open-minded at this stage as to which option we go with, but I do thank you, Councillor Calvert, for raising the option. Your right of reply.
Thank you. And exactly, I want to spark debate. And I think, as we've said, it's a preferred, we have to go with the preferred option. I would have much preferred to have people have a say. But this will get, I think, all different viewpoints coming out on this, more so than if we go for option C. Because people just say, it's just the same old thing. I'm not bothered either way. So I think going with this one, it actually will generate more interest for it. And I liked, the Mayor talked about new heritage. Well, we got an opportunity to create new heritage. I know it's demolishing a building. Councillor Dakes commented it's only 30 years old. Well, the BNZ was only a few years old. Did I say it's the Stats building? Yeah, I know, but it's a whole core floors. So all I'm just saying is we do pull down buildings, young buildings, because we've got an eye to the future. I can't speak for what Ian Athfield's views might be, but he was always thinking about the future and how things may look differently. So. So look, and that's for others to comment on. And just commenting about Deputy Mayor Free acknowledging option C was a good starting option. Yeah, I agree with you. But I wonder whether it just tests those boundaries more. It tests those the feedback, and so I think this one will provoke more of a response, more of an interest from people, because it opens up much more opportunities. Because when you start thinking of a new build, you don't think necessarily even 4 stories. I know that will be later on because we're only going out on a 4-story build, but it could be 10 stories. We could have our offices on top. We could have our council chambers on top. It opens up lots of opportunities. It could be elsewhere in the end if we think it's too risky building on that site. So look, I think it's going to provoke a lot more consultation and feedback, and I think this is why this should be the preferred option that we go out with. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert, so we'll take those together. Those in favour, please vote. And Councillor Young and Councillor Sparrow, that's a thumbs up from Councillor Young and Councillor Sparrow. I think Councillor Sparrow, that's is that a thumbs up or is a thumbs up? Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I voted. Yeah. I was having to make sure that my colleagues behind me had voted too. Okay, that fails. Okay, and we've got another move. Now, can I just check, Councillor Young, Councillor Sparrow, you have an expiry date or expiry time, do you?
I do have an expiry date, but no one knows what it is yet. but I do have a time when I have to leave the meeting.
That's what I mean. Yep.
I have to get my car onto the ferry.
Right. Well, we'll up.
You said the word fail, but you didn't give
Eight seven. 8-7. Okay. Right. Thank you. Councillor Sparrow, you have to get on the move as well. Is that correct?
I'm only good for another few minutes.
Cool. Right. Okay. Thank you. Well, Councillor Free, you are very entitled to do so. Do you have a second? Do you have a seconder for that? Right. Okay. There you go. Right. Councillor Day. Councillor Day, what are you wishing to put up? Well,
I want to put something up, but I think councillors might need just a couple of minutes break to go to the wharepaku and just have a bit of a breather. Let's be kind. Can we do that?
Councillors, would you like? Both gone anyway. So, Councillor Day, can you put your motion up, Stan,
I've
please?
sent it through.
Yep.
So you want me to speak to it now?
No, can you at least tell us what it is?
So I'm going to recommend that we go with option B. So we're going through the alphabet. So I'm going to recommend that we do that, and I will explain that once we've had our break. And I'm also going to recommend that we add to option 9, because the Mayor was very open to it, to the end of that statement, while maintaining council ownership of the building. So it retains everything else, but it says that our preference is we retain ownership. I think they'll get support for that. But I'll speak to the other bit after we've gone to the bathroom in.
Okay, we'll come back at 1 o'clock. You're welcome to do that. Oh, sorry, hang on, are we back on yet? You tell us when we're back on. Yeah, we're back on. Right. Oh, hang on, here they come. Just in time, we're just about to start. Right.
Not so fast.
Well, we nearly did. I was just checking that they were ready. Okay, so we've got to keep timeliness, and Malcolm's not here to keep us on time. Right. Yep. Right. Right. Okay. Cool. That's good. Right. Okay, councillors. Councillors, some of you were just in time there because we were literally. I'd stood stand and just Cyrus had given me the thumbs up that we were ready to start. So we're underway again. Councillor Day. Option B, C, D, E, F, G, whichever one it was, whichever one of the alphabet you were going to move. Where you go.
Māori alphabet. NG, Māori alphabet. Okay, so we could start doing that, couldn't we? That'd be interesting. So I'm putting forward the amendment that's up there about option B. And the reason that I'm doing that is I did support the option A as Councillor Fitzsimons had put forward, and obviously that failed. And I think the important thing is that I want to see that we are going out to the community with a preference that is genuine and realistic. And to me, $200 million is taking us well beyond that. We are not in a stage where we have heaps of money floating around or opportunities to get that money. So I think it's really important that we are being clear with where we're at. That strengthening is a continuum. Whilst we've got some options here, I do understand that there is room for movement around how the cost will go and what you need to do to get to that, to achieve that particular level of strengthening. So it may be that it isn't as expensive as it's being said at the moment. And I do want to reiterate that my feeling is that when we look at the option C, which is the one that is being recommended or being shown as the preferred option, that there are some really big challenges around the fact that there is already water under that building, and I do question what happens to base isolation when you submerge it in salt water for years on end. So I do wonder if that will actually pay off in the long run. We are facing many challenges. I think it's also worth acknowledging that that this option really it takes us to a good place. So it's 80% of NBS, which is higher than the government standard for Crown rentals. So it puts us in a really safe position, and it is a bit more fiscally prudent, which I think is something that many of us really value, and we want to make sure that we're showing the community that we're thinking really hard about how we can do that, achieve that, and get this building back open again. And so with the amendment to 9, which is to add that retaining the building in council ownership, it's Civic Square. You know, like this is actually a really important building in our city. Civic Square is about the people, and we need to make sure that the people feel ownership in that space. So I think we should go with this option, and I look forward to having some support.
I'll reserve my right.
Right, speaking to the amendment. Question. Okay. Yes. You're seeking officer advice on the amendment. Yes. Okay.
So following up on the new 9, the final words there, while maintaining council ownership of the building. As I understand it, this is a statutory consultation process that requires us to include all practicable options. Do we have the legal authority to exclude this from the proposal?
Through you, Mayor, yes, you can determine to exclude this from your consultation process, although our advice would be that it is better to keep all potential outcomes open, but lawfully you can do this if you wish to.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Can I just ask one of the officers, because it came from something I think you said about continuums, Councillor Day. Peter, which is why I was trying to signal to you, can you just tell us the physical construct of the mid-range versus the high range? If you do the mid-range, can you actually then at any future stage do the base isolators? And I think the other part that Councillor Day was intimating was where the base isolation will be in the recommended option. My understanding was that wasn't well, can you just tell us where it is?
Sure.
It will be in terms of underground. On the
Okay, it might be easier to start with the base scheme just briefly. The base scheme addresses about 4 key elements of the structure. Primarily, it puts seating angles, which are like brackets underneath the die-core floors to prevent them from falling. It affixes the panels on the outside of the building so that they don't fall, and it also puts a seismic gap in the central stair. It does a very small amount of stiffening of the building. That's the base scheme. So that's why it doesn't achieve resilience as such, it just achieves life safety. What happens with the mid-range scheme is that all of those things that I've just described happen, but quite a lot of stiffening of the building, which is one of the problems. It's its flexibility and its predisposition to move in an earthquake, and the seatings then drop the floors. So that's where the real problem is. And so in the mid-range scheme, you're actually strengthening the frame somewhat, which is why you get a much better outcome. And then obviously you don't need to do as much of that work in the C scheme because you're base isolating, and the flexibility isn't such a problem once you've base isolated, albeit you do some of it. As far as the base isolators are concerned, the engineers are comfortable that they would operate in the basement in the coming years, but it would need a maintenance regime to keep them in good shape. There are 2 potential ways of doing the base isolators, and the engineers are talking with Adam Thornton at the moment about an alternative way. Both of them are in the basement, but there are different ways of tackling it.
Speak on this one, Councillor Fitzsimons. Okay, Councillor Matthews.
Councillor Fitzsimons and I were just chatting about my strategy for ordering wine, which is you order the second cheapest bottle. You don't have the cheapest one. I do think that what I've been interested in the debate is, today, is how many people have said, oh, we want to hear from people, and we want to hear on this option, we want to hear on that option. And the thing that is interesting to me is that I am already hearing from a lot of people, and this is the issue where I've had the most public feedback. And so that, and I'm understanding that doesn't limit us. We still have a consultation process. We still have options. However, I am going to listen to the community who say, do the cheapest and quickest. And I understand that we have rejected the cheapest and quickest, but listening to the community and responding to all of the feedback I have had from an incredibly huge range of Wellingtonians is to go for the next cheapest and quickest option to deliver the Central Library again for the people of Wellington.
I just want to endorse the comments about wine and this option. I think that I just want to commend Councillor Day because I think it's a really sensible middle ground, and it actually gets the building open by these predictions in September 2024. It's an extra year. I think that it's got a much lower chance of litigation resulting in lengthy delays and a horrible division within the city. And I also think that I want to agree with what Councillor Day said as well around Tinako Civic Square. I think, the clue's in the name, it's Civic Square, and that's why I think the position around maintaining council ownership of the building, which is consistent with the Mayor's comments today and reported comments, is really, really important aspect of it. And it also is a better signal to the building construction sector who we're engaging with, that don't come to us with ideas around selling because we're not interested, and it's much better to be clear and upfront about that. And I think we already heard from a developer this morning making comments actually which are very consistent with the very reasoned comments of Max Rashbrook in the Dominion Post yesterday around the risks to a public-private partnership, and that developers are looking for significant financial gain. And I can't, and nor could the developer, see how that could really work for a public library in this context. So I think that just puts a line in the sand and says, look, we're willing to have a discussion with you, we want to engage with you, we want to get your ideas and approaches, but we don't go trying to tell us we should sell the building because we're not going to.
Thank you, and welcome back, Councillor Young, wherever you are on Zoom, but by audio. Councillor Pannett.
Just really briefly, I think we should relax about the cost estimates because we just don't know how much it is going to cost. Okay, so I'm actually just like, look, let's put some options out there and then we'll get some feedback, we'll get some more costings done, hopefully someone will be more innovative, but I just think given our previous experience with large infrastructure projects and their costings, I want to be really, really cautious. But thank you. Just the second point, of course I support you on the second point. Thank you, Councillor Day.
Councillor Neal, did you wish to speak now? Or yeah, okay, right, and then Councillor Calvert and then Councillor Condi.
Yeah, really pleased to second this motion being put forward by Councillor Day. It seems today there has been lots of really positive, constructive discussion around the future of our library and what it means to us. We all ultimately want the same thing, which is a warm, dry, safe place for people to go to call and be proud of, to call our civic precinct a home and a heart. These are words that have been shared all around the building. And we just have different ideas of how we're supposed to get there. I'm in favour of supporting option B because I believe that we can, this ticks the boxes of doing something quick, relatively cheap and relatively safe as well. I do believe this is a pretty good compromise in my books, and to address Councillor Calvert's comments earlier, this is an NBS rating of about 80% as well, so we're looking pretty good on that front. I think there's a pretty good opportunity here. I've spoken to a couple of librarians that have used the old space who believe that it needs some sort of a refit and that there is a pretty good opportunity here. So I'm excited to see discussions to be focused on in the consultation about what we can do to innovate in a currently existing space without blowing out the budget and while guaranteeing a little bit of an earlier delivery than 2025. Thanks.
Yep, I'm not going to support this one. I talk about compromise or this is middle ground. Well, it's not. Option C is actually is middle ground. So, and it's right in the middle of between build new or remediate. It's just trying to just whittle away at things. Option A, as our preferred one, failed. Just trying to move it now to option B. I could get councillor to go forward for option E, Councillor Rush, but I won't because it just doesn't add anything. So look, I think it's going to be option C is the middle ground.
Yeah, I was quite persuaded by Deputy Mayor Free's argument that in the end option C kind of does sit in the middle and allows for people to give feedback in both directions. My concern about option B is that it doesn't anger anybody too much, but there's actually nothing particularly great about it. That's kind of and that's where you get this compromise option where you haven't disappointed anybody, but you don't really have anything to be excited about, which is my concern about B. So based on those two concerns, I'm going to continue, I think, to support C to be the one that goes out for consultation, noting that I prefer not to have a preference. I guess, one of the things that I would like to say about the public feedback we've had about, just fix it and open it and that we need to just respond to what people are saying. First of all, I haven't had that strong feedback from people. I've got the people I'm hearing from are saying that they're open to bowling the building. I'm hearing a very different part of the community. And as I say, I'm open to the notion that the people who want to save it no matter what might be the majority. I don't know, and that's what this consultation is designed to tell me. But I also want to make the point that it's not our jobs just to do what people ask us for. We are privy to a lot more information than the people on the street will ever be about this, so it is our job to ask them for their values and preferences and to put that into the decision. But I also think it's really important that we will sometimes have issues or advice that we want to consider. And I guess my concern about number 9, the final thing about maintaining council ownership of the building, is that this has all become a bit of a storm in a teacup. It's something we haven't actually had any advice on. So we're all assuming that we know what the benefits are of this and that they're negligible. I read Max Rashbrook's article and I thought it was brilliant. I thought he outlined the disadvantages of the proposal very ably. I haven't seen anybody outline the advantages of the proposal. One of them would be that we would move it off our balance sheet, which means that we would have more money to be able to borrow for water infrastructure. Now, that might be something that we decide we don't want and we don't care about, but it is a benefit that would be available to us. So I'm very concerned about essentially excluding something when we haven't even had any advice or discussion about it. I'm not in favour of selling the building because we haven't had any advice. Maybe the benefits will be nowhere near match up with the disadvantages. My guess is that's probably the case. But we should actually wait and get some advice before we take this off the table. I understand that it's causing concern in the community and that that's unfortunate. As I said, I don't have any particular excitement about selling the building, but I do think that we should just wait to receive officer advice and the feedback of the community before taking something off the table.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, I guess some of the concerns that I'm going to set out have possibly already been articulated, but yeah, option B kind of doesn't actually do much of anything, actually. It's not fast enough to be fast. It's not cheap enough to be cheap. And, sorry? Yeah, so to me, it's really very much of an intermediate one. I go back to something I said or intimated to earlier that, this is a library which will be serving members of the public who are currently under 5 for many, many years ahead. And as a consequence, I think that trying to Constantina the process in order to collect what I'm calculating as an extra 6 months on the delivery is simply not a valid consideration. I think that those who are desperately worried about the time this is taking are current users, they are not the future users. And I echo Councillor Condi's comments about what she's hearing in the public. I'm hearing that they want a decision, not necessarily one that expedites the reopening of a building which may well be deemed unsafe in the short term. In regard to this so-called privatisation aspects, first of all, my position, like everyone else's, is that this is the library. I can't see how you can really privatise it and make money out of it, but there might be some office rentals, there might be some shops that might be along the way, there could be, there's a whole range of different ways in which the private sector might take some of the burden off our ratepayers, and I wouldn't want to close that out at all. And I do think, though, that this is not the time to have a debate about privatisation and the merits and so forth. I think that if that's something that's of interest to people, then perhaps we should structure a debate about that. But we know that parties are both on the left and on the right have used privatised assets historically and will do in the future. It really comes down to what is the market doing for capital. If you've got not much money, then you tend to go to people who do, and that often is the private sector. At the moment, you can borrow money for next to nothing, so there's probably no reason or benefit to involving the private sector. But I wouldn't rule it out. So I think as a consequence, I will also, given I couldn't get my way, I suppose, I will I will go with officer advice on this matter, and as a consequence, won't be supporting Councillor Day.
Okay, look, a few things to pick up there for me. Just want to say, and I think Councillor Matthews said it, that we've rejected the lowest cost option, so this is the next one. We haven't actually rejected any option. So every option is live. We haven't killed any option off, and I think it's really, really important to say that. That's the whole purpose of this process, is to keep all those options live so people can have a say on them. For me, you know, I can see the attractions of option B. As there was attractions in option A and option D as well. Officers have advice is option C, as we know. I think the reasons that that's attractive to me and therefore better than option B, and that's why I asked the question of Peter, was, is this an iterative process? In other words, can you go and do option B, and then at some stage you go, look, we've got some more money, we're going to go and put the base isolators in to make this a more robust building. The answer sounds like not a very good idea, because you're throwing away a fair bit of the strengthening, the stiffening of the building under option B becomes redundant or potentially unhelpful. I'm not quite sure if it's unhelpful, but it's certainly not helpful. So you're losing some value in doing that. And I think the other bit is the ability to be able to do new things. Now, I don't quite get why in the document we've got in front of us, option C allows us to do lots of quite impressive and beautiful looking things in terms of the relationship between the building and the surrounding environment, whereas for some reason option B doesn't. I don't quite get that. I guess that'll be fleshed out a bit more, but if we can do something that actually makes the building work so much better with the surrounding environment, and that's option C as opposed to option B, that's worth some form of premium to me. And then the other part is, and this is picking up Councillor Paul's comments earlier, is the ability to raise the floor. So option C comes with raising the floor. Now that automatically helps with climate change. If you have a floor which is at the level that it is at the moment, that's more risky from a climate change point of view. So I think we need to think about all of those things. So for me, I think on balance, I'm probably still going to stick with option C. Option B feels a little bit in some ways too safe, except for the building. Safe in a process terms, it's not going to excite anybody and maybe doesn't get people wanting to respond. The difference in cost is, $20 a year. That's quite significant. There is a significant costly difference. The final bit is the privatisation, and I think on balance I'm going to support the amendment there, Councillor Day, because officers are saying that while they don't support it, it's not breaking the law, and on that basis I'm okay with that.
Kia ora anō. I just want to start by saying I don't think we should be trying to consult to upset the community. That's a really risky place for us to go, because we lose the trust of the community when we do that. It's not just about getting people angry to come and talk to us. If we get people angry, they actually start to distrust us. So we've got to be really careful that we aren't misleading the community by saying we're going to do something which is going to make you feel uncomfortable. I do have to say I don't want to mislead the community in thinking that $200 million at the moment on our balance sheet is a realistic solution. $200 million is not a realistic solution, and I would like to know that if we are going to do base isolation, that it is actually going to give us what we need. Salt water is really corrosive. I've seen it corrode things you wouldn't expect. So I would really like to understand more about how that will work with base isolation in this particular case, because we've seen water in this building in the basement already, and it will rise and it will become an issue. And Councillor Calvert, I feel that option C isn't the middle ground, and actually the Mayor just sort of more articulated that option B is the middle ground. It's the safe one. It's the one that actually will achieve what we need. It will keep people safe, and it won't cost the earth. So I actually really believe that everybody's debate has actually solidified it more for me that this is the right option. And I don't feel that I need advice to know that relinquishing council's ownership of the building is a good idea. I just don't. I can't see how we have any power or any ability to be able to deliver a good result for the residents if we are handing over the ownership of that building. As Max said in his article, we lose our ability to negotiate over time, and Councillor Rush has said this as well. We lose the ability to be able to say how we need the building to work for us. That sounds incredibly risky, and I just don't even want to see it being part of it, because I think it's something that will really throw the community off in a direction that will not help us with this consultation. So I feel quite comfortable now with putting this forward after everybody else has made their comments. So thank you for sharing your whakaaro.
Thank you. Yes, they will be taken separately. Now, Councillor Young, are you there? If she's on the ferry, that's always a very on and off coverage arrangement. And Councillor Sparrow is not with us at the moment. So Councillor Young, are you on the phone? Just rejoining? Okay, so right. So what we're going to do, Councillor Young and all councillors, is we are going to vote on the. Can we? I think we're going to need the words back again, please. Sorry. We're going to vote on the first part of it, which is the option B part, and then we're going to vote on the addition to clause 9. Okay. Right, so those voting for option B, Councillor Young, can you tell us which way you're going to vote on that one? Maybe. You can tell me if you can pick something up there, Don, otherwise we might have an absentee voter. Okay, so councillors, if you can vote on this one, please. Well, no, if we can call it, she's actually got to be present. So otherwise we can call anybody at any time for any meeting, which is probably a little bit fragile. Okay, voting. Are we all voted? Then looks like it. Okay, nothing from Councillor Young? No, okay. So it's going to be out of 13, not out of 14. So right. No, look, if she can't hear us, she can't hear us, I'm afraid. Right. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, what have we got? So it fails. Okay. So the amendment fails. Okay, and the change to 9, which is to add the words while maintaining council ownership of the building. Okay, close vote. And that passes. Okay. Back to the substantive. I know we have one more amendment. I just want to check. That is the last amendment, isn't it? Please. Please. I think we must be getting close to running out. Right. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Pannett. That's all I wanted to check. Councillor Pannett.
I've got another option.
And do we have?
Okay, so not exactly another option, but look, I just wanted to say thank you to officers for all the work that they've done on this. There is obviously a huge amount of work, so I appreciate that. And I think we do need to see this as being a great opportunity to tour. We're building back better, okay, whatever that option ends up being. I agree with Councillor Condi about there's no ideal solution here. They're all expensive and they've all got technical issues, so we're in a really difficult space. I do think we need to listen to our technical experts on the resilience factor, okay? I think this really is an issue for engineers, so I'm sure we'll hear more from them. Civic Square, basket case might be a bit strong, but every building, every structure has some issues there, and obviously we are going to need to remediate and learn from some of the issues in the past. So, one issue which hasn't been raised, mana whenua. So I wasn't going to raise an amendment and talk to colleagues about that, but we probably do need to do some thinking about how we make sure that we reflect our partnership in whatever the answer is. And I also just, in terms of the insurers, that we need to think about where they are coming from too. As one of our former colleagues said, they become the planners by default because they do understand climate change and do understand earthquakes. So look, I've got 2 amendments. One was just basically to put, as my amendment earlier this morning, sorry about that, was just basically to say that, look, we could look at an option out of Civic Square. Now, it's not going to be an option, so I've worked with officers on this. This will just be basically saying that this was one of the options that was discounted, but then we will allow. Thank you to Councillor Condi for making that point. That was Councillor Condi's idea. And then the question will be, what do you think about that? Because there will be people that will come back to us and say, is this actually the right space in the first place? And then Councillor Condi and I had a bit of a email exchange just around her amendment around trade-offs. I prefer priorities. Trade-offs is where it got us to climate change. So I just, it was really about getting people to give us a view on what things are most important. Now, in saying that, I am a little bit toey about it because it does have things like, if you look at the factors, accessibility, climate change, resilience, those things are all important to me, and certainly, for things like for the disabled access, we need to make sure it's good, okay, not just meet our legal requirements. But look, I have consistently raised questions about whether this is the best place to actually be doing small building. I don't know if I want to spend $750 million to make Civic Square work. I do want to get a library open, but if we're going to spend $200 million, it needs to be in the right place. And we have some significant challenges in that space. And just, yeah, working through with some of my colleagues in the environmental movement about, really how we think clearly about where we build. It is time to have that conversation. And there are parts of the CBD that are safe from climate change relatively. That's where I think we need to be looking. So it's just basically to say, look, put that in there, that at least we thought about it, and people may come back to us and just say, actually, you need to find a different place, and then we have covered off all our options. Thank you.
Reserve my right. Can't breathe through my nose right now.
Panna, just to check, it is just what's in front of us on the board, is there, or is there something else there? Something else too?
It's including in the options that were rejected. It's going to have.
No, it's what's on the screen.
Yeah.
That's it? The whole thing? Yep, good. That's what. Yeah, because you talked two separate bits or something, and I wasn't quite sure what you meant there.
Yep. Not very elegantly worded. Sorry, we'll tidy it up for the. Sorry, it's a non-Civic Square building. Okay, so that just basically means it's not going to be in Civic Square. Somewhere else. Well, just one word. Yeah. This is not the wording that will be in the consultation document. We'll make sure it's very nice.
Yeah, Barbara, thank you.
Can I just help here? I understand what Councillor Pannett is trying to do, which is why it's worded this way, is that we included as one of the options. We have not put it in there as a reasonably practicable option, but it makes it visible to the public so that people can express an opinion, because we're inviting people to express an opinion on both the proposed practicable options but also the ones that we have discounted. So it makes it visible. Correct?
Oh, don't worry about the grammar.
We'll make sure that it's well worded in the actual. We'll make sure it's worded well.
Yep. Questions of officers or of meeting of the motion? So yeah, okay, right. Thanks, Councillor Day.
How do you? Because if it's an option, does that mean you have to build up a bit of a case and an understanding around it? With that, because you don't have much time to do that, I would think.
No,
it won't be included as
no. So the reason it's worded this way, if you look in the document, you'll see we have included other options that we have specifically excluded. So we've worked up the 5, but this will be added to that other list.
Okay. Yeah, I think we get that, Councillor Free. Yeah. So, my understanding is that what Councillor Pannett is doing is saying she'd like to have a building as an option there, which was not included in the recommended options. It's pretty simple. Yeah. Yes. Well, no, she's not ruling it out. She's just putting it in there, but saying it's not one of the recommended options.
If you look at page 176 of your papers, there's a page in the SOP titled "Options Not Proceeded With," and under that page, examples include minimal level repairs followed by a future upgrade. Replace with a localised model of smaller branches in the CBD. Relocate the Central Library to the Convention and Exhibition Centre. Those are 3 options that we have not proceeded with. They're not A, B, C, D, or E. And Councillor Pannett wants to add a 4th not proceeded with option as another example.
Okay, you clear? Okay. Right. Okay. Right. Okay, dokes. So that's moved and seconded. Does anybody wish to speak to it? It doesn't look like it. Councillor Cody.
So, I just want to quickly thank Councillor Pannett for bringing this, because I think this is a really important consideration. We talk about sea level rise. Civic Square is some of the lowest lying part of our CBD. And if we're going to be talking about major significant investments there, I think we need to know what our adaptation plan is. before we start building massive buildings. So I think it's really useful to have this included in the document, and to include a specific question in a submission form that asks people about their opinions about these not proceeded with options, including this one. I think that's great, and I just appreciate as well that you included this thing about asking people to tell us what their priorities are in the submission, because my concern was just that there was like 12 different factors that you can vote for, and personally I would look at them and tick at least 10, and my concern was that if we had a lot of people doing that, it wasn't going to actually provide us with very useful information to help us make a decision going forward. So I'm hoping that whatever officers come up with that allows people to express some kind of priority will give us a bit more information as decision makers when we come to the point.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I've got a question of officers.
Question of officers, okay. Yep.
I'm just interested in whether under the Local Government Act you can, in a process like this, ask that you're consulting on options that you're not proposing, because that seems to me to be a very strange suggestion when so much work goes into the options. It seems completely contrary to reasonably practicable and preferred.
We have had this process checked. So what we're doing is we're saying, here's what we believe are the practical options, and we invite your feedback. But if you have other options, any other type of option that you might dream up, or ones that we have already discarded, we're open to hearing from you about that, and that's a perfectly legal approach.
But this is a bit different, because this is saying, give us your feedback during the submission process on options that we haven't considered.
Absolutely, that is exactly what we are doing. Yeah, because we are saying to people, we are not the owners of all the ideas here. So we have said
I
there are 5.
get the meaning, but I'm just because of the strictness.
What we're saying is, give us your feedback on the 5 options. And which is what we're legally obliged to consult on. And if you've got feedback to us on other options that we haven't included, we'd like to hear from you, because potentially what you could do is you could hear from the public about option 6 that persuades you to consider having another option. So the advice we've had is being that open is good practice.
Okay, Councillor Young, welcome back. I'm impressed. Yes, yeah, loud and clear. Awesome.
So just 2 things. One is, could I actually see Iona's amendment somewhere, because I'm a bit lost with it. But the other thing I would just point out to people who seem to be slightly emotional about Civic Square. It's only been Civic Square for about 30 years, and it never used to be the heart of the city. I'm not sure it is the heart of the city. But I just want you, don't think this is something that has been part of our city forever. It's not. And there used to be a fabulous park where, for example, Cab is, which was possibly far more attractive than AstroTurf. So just saying. But I'd love to see the amendment.
We will email you the amendment. The amendment has been emailed to you. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Look, just briefly, then just to follow up, I think what Councillor Conley was saying is that while there are actually already a number of different options which are already in the statement of proposal, which are ones which are not recommended to proceed with. So it's the disaggregated model is one, the convention and exhibition centre is one, and I think there's one other one there as well. So there are a number there. So all Councillor Pannett is doing effectively is adding another one to that option list. So there is nothing particularly difficult about that, and I'm perfectly happy to support that, because I think the more things that we give people to comment on, the better.
Really quickly, sorry, it wasn't worded very elegantly. I should have done it earlier this morning. But look, just to make it clear that we're trying to give reassurance to the public that we've considered all options. Now, it would have been my preference that we actually had an option as another site. Actually, you can always find a site. It's not always easy, but you can. But at least that just gives people the opportunity to make a comment. And look, it really, with buildings, you really have to get the siting right. So this is a very important issue that we need feedback on. Thank you, colleagues.
Sorry, I'll try that again. Councillor Young, my fault this time, I think. Have you seen the words? And yeah, you have. Okay, so you're ready to vote. Cool. Okay. Does everybody, and everybody's happy to take them all as one? Yes. Okay. Right. So if you want to vote, and Councillor, I'm going to have to see Councillor Young there. Oh, behind me. Right. That's a thumbs up. Okay. Cool. Right. Okay. Right. Now. Right. Close vote. Okay, and that passes. Okay. That councillors, that's okay, councillors, that we're not done yet. Not quite done yet. That takes us back to the substantive. Does anybody wish to speak on the substantive? Councillor Foon, and I welcome Councillor Foon doing that, as she has not participated in any of the other previous amendments. So nice to have you speak.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship. And I actually don't know where to start. That was one hang of a debate. But yeah, I've been waiting to get to this part. But what I do want to say is, I went to Te Awa yesterday, and I had an amazing experience there. And it did make me want to trust in our team for all the work that they do. That went ahead without us fiddling with it, and I can't wait to get back down there and get back into that New Zealand vinyl collection, because and people were in there using it, copying. It was a beautiful thing. So just whatever option is brought to us today, so that's where I'm going to chime in with Councillor Condi. I am very open-minded to all the options, what Wellington says they want. But today I will vote for the officer recommended option, because as Councillor Free pointed out, it puts us in a good position, it gets our community into the debate, but also it really provides the opportunity to work within that scope. And even if we come down, I'm okay with that, and I think a lot of Wellington would be as well, but really it just gives us the place to start from. And so that's what I also want to thank Richard Burrell for coming in this morning, and that is the best speech I've heard, just coming in and telling us from someone from the industry who is working with people who are working alongside our officers, that this is a good option for us today. And so that cemented my reason for going with option C, and here we are. So thank you all for that crazy winding journey, but I'm pleased to be at this point now. Kia ora.
No, I haven't spoken a second, but all I'm going to say is Laurie said it all. Thank you, Laurie. Let's vote.
I just want to say something, and it's a bit of a concern I've had for some time now, is that Mr. Burrell came in here and was presented as on behalf of an organisation. There was no introduction. I still don't really know who he is or what his expertise is, and maybe that's a failure of mine. But we have a lot of submitters come to us and say they represent an organisation, but when you actually do some due diligence, there's no register of members or anything. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out, but otherwise I'm totally on board with what you said, Laurie.
Well, I'm not, you will be grateful to know, going to go through and respond to everything that people have said. No, absolutely no chance of that. Look, I just want to say thank you all for the debate. Just quickly on that one, though, Sean, Mr. Burrell, because he is a company, so I think it was deemed that he was representing a company, so I didn't deem it, but that's okay. Building Solutions, which is the company that I referred to in the discussion. Anyway, Councillor Foon, I will respond to your comment though. Te Awa, look, the feedback that I've had, both from members of the public using it and also from the librarians there, is they are loving it. So it's fantastic, it's really great. And I think you're right, I think one of the things in all this we should also recognise is the speed with which our team, and at that stage our team led by Barbara when she was COO, in terms of getting the three interim libraries up and running in our central city and continuing to provide a library service. I think there was somebody who made some comment about there's no library service in the central city for young people. There is. In fact, there's a really great section, particularly in Te Awe, but we are providing those services. So this organisation and its library staff, its property staff, have done a fantastic job in responding quickly to that need and in getting up. And in fact, we are paying for that. That's part of the increase in our rates bill is exactly that. So we're putting that we've put that in place to continue to provide a library service in the central city until we get a central service re-established, whichever one of those options that ultimately ends up being through this process. Final thing I just wanted to remind you again is about process, and I think everybody kept themselves safe, kept the process safe. That is all we've been asked to do. In all this process, I know there's been some, I'm going to say call it distractions, and we are going to have to talk through those distractions. There have been some distractions around this, but the reality is all that we're being asked to do is keep the process safe. That means that we don't wed ourselves to a particular position individually. We don't say, come hell or high water, it's option Z. And we've, I think, achieved that through this debate. We've not gone there. Everybody is very welcome to, as we always do, is to go out and champion things. But I think the real key here is this is the public's time. And, we don't have the greatest record in the world about engagement. I look at Councillor Matthews there in terms of engagement. We don't have the greatest record in the world, or at least the perception of the greatest record in the world, about listening. People say to us, we go out there with a closed mind and we don't listen. And so I think it's really, really important that we do show people that that's exactly what we're doing at the moment through this process. And the fact that we've got 5 potential options which are in the sort of potentially recommended list. One might be at the top of the tree, but it's only because we've got to have one there. And we've shown in the debate that we've got a whole range of different views about which one it might be. But then there's also a bunch of other things which are not recommended for various different reasons, which people can still comment on. So there's some real opportunity to say for the public to come back to us and tell us what they think, and I'm really looking forward to that. I suspect it's going to be, I think there is one day allocated at the moment for oral hearings. I'm only going to say that I suspect that might be a tad light. And I think the one thing I would say in that is we've got to make sure that we give people the time that they need to express those views. And my personal view is, even though it's going to take longer in our time, the 5-minute cookie cutter approach is not what I am supportive of. I want to give people the time to be able to have that conversation with us and for us to have a bit of Q&A with them. And of course there are some big innovations in terms of the way in which we go out and do that engagement too. So looking forward to that as well. And it will be sitting alongside planning for growth conversations too, with things like the tiny house going out. So councillors, the other thing I was going to say is we were due to have be well into our session, which we're going to have as mayor and councillors. So if you can stay afterwards, and we'll go and do that anyway. Okay, that's me, and I look forward to votes. People happy to have it all as one? Yes. Excellent. Councillor Young. You're there. Might have gone into the dark. Yeah. Well, no, Cook's. Excellent. You're still there. Which part of the sounds are you in at the moment, Councillor?
She probably can't hear.
Where about?
Oh, she's on.
You're on mute.
I'm in Picton. The ferry hasn't left, but I've got the screen on blank because I'm trying to eat my lunch, and I don't want us to be like someone in the zoo.
Very good. Okay. Well, we're ready to vote. So, which way are you going to vote? That's a thumbs up. Okay. Right, councillors, we can get on and do the vote. Knowing there's one vote. That is excellent. Look, well done, councillors. It would just as well, because if we voted that one down, we would have had a slight problem. Councillors, if you want to hang around for a little bit longer, that would be great. Oh, karakia. Oh, yes, sorry, karakia. Sorry, after all that, karakia. Right. Right, thank you, Jenny. That, right. Okay. Ready? Unihia, unihu, ki te uru tapanui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua. I te ara tākatu. Koia rā e rongo. Whakarea aki ki runga. Kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia. Thank you, councillors, and thanks Barbara.
Thank you.